birthday. Let's run these videos, KC, since we up in here. First thing for everybody to see. Yeah, well. I threw that in there for fun. What's up, baby? Oh. All right. I hear you. Well, of course, I'm connected differently. What's good, everybody? Boom. We got that up there. I swear to God, I can't remember to do everything to save my life. Man, come on, D-Lo. Oh, that's no bueno. We can't do that today. We can't do that today. It's a big day. It's a big day. Yeah, let's get that sent off. We got a good one coming up. What's happening? Welcome. File in. Come on in, man. Let's hang out. There's no.
Make sure.
AC is speechless.
Now check 1, check 2.
Y'all got Kenny? Y'all got Kenny in there?
Y'all hear me good?
Yo, give us the thumbs up if you got.
Let me know if you can hear me,
vibes.
man.
Yeah.
Because it's opening night, baby.
Got my.
This is opening night, baby.
Got my TV. Okay, good. There we go. All right.
It's opening night.
Let's go. I'm with it. I got Tatum doing big things. So let's
Jesse,
go with it.
You know Tatum is my boy. You know I like Jaylen Brown, man, but I don't know about them Celtics, man.
Yeah,
that's a winner.
Legit.
That is a winner.
That's legit. That means something. Oh man. Let's see. I'm gonna open another StreamYard thing here. Man, I'm so hyped for the day. I am so hyped for the day. 60 seconds till showtime.
It's taking over your brain.
Yeah, man, I'm rocking a turtleneck. I gotta do some 90s R&B love there, Brian Cruz for sure. I love this look, man, and this is from the Icons of Style over at Macy's, so I had to cop it, but I love the turtle sweater neck look.
Man, it's that time of year.
But I had my Nipsey Hussle joint on and was like, oh, I got to do TV right afterwards. Like not that I can't wear Nipsey Hussle onto the. Ooh. Not that I can't wear Nipsey Hussle on the TV. If you caught it, you caught it. Nothing I could do, man. That's what happens when you're scrambling. It's opening night, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Let's
Take it in because you feel good today.
Yeah.
Literally nothing has gone wrong. Everything is 1,000% perfect. Nothing has gone wrong. The Sacramento Kings are undefeated with
Never
the NBA
lost.
season. Never lost. With the NBA season beginning last night. We welcome you in here as we get ready to tip off another Sacramento Kings season. Here with D'Lo and KC, I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And we are with you for the next 4 hours. We have a lot to talk about, a lot to do. We have a lot to predict, just like we did yesterday. We tried to pick some league MVPs, breakout players. We're going to do all of that with the Sacramento Kings today as well.
Yes, indeed, man. Yes, indeed. I'm just turned all the way up right now, David. I'm ready to go. You know what I mean? I'm ready to go because I'm happy, I'm excited. But more than anything.
Yep. Is it this right here? Is it that from John Bull?
That's all Lakers good with me.
Dead last in the NBA. Let's go.
Okay.
You know what it is.
Don't listen to the media. That's all good with me. You know what I'm saying? That's why I ain't got no problem with that. I ain't got no problem with that. Did you see what was trending last night?
Look, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell Danny in San Francisco. I'm gonna tell Matt in San Francisco. I ain't here for a whole season of this.
You know you're not gonna get it from me.
I'm not doing this.
That's my guy. You ain't gonna get it from me. I'm just saying.
I will block and file HR complaints faster than you can handle. I'm not dealing with this all year. Look, y'all ain't gonna get me to turn heel on Russ. It ain't happening. Russ could go 1 for 99. I ain't gonna turn heel on him. It is what it is.
I'm with you. I'm just saying. It's cold. It's night one. That's how they got to do it on night one.
And I know that it wasn't necessarily Russell Westbrook that was trending last night. It was our guy. It was Buddy Hield who was trending last night. So you telling me? Come on.
Wait a minute. Oh, because they were talking about the trade.
They were talking about Buddy Hield on the Lakers. Oh, Buddy Hield was trending in a major way last night. Buddy Hield was all over sports talk radio this morning because, one game down, it's over for Russell Westbrook. He's washed, as the programmers in San Francisco had to say. He's donezo. Lakers would have won the game if it wasn't for Russell Westbrook. If they had just done the deal with the Sacramento Kings, Buddy Hield would have been 9 of 9 from 3 yesterday. He would have been the hero that Nemanja Bjelica turned out to be.
Let me be the first to say I'm so happy for Nemanja Bjelica.
I'm so happy for him, man.
I'm so happy for him, man.
What'd you say?
It's so good to see.
What'd you say in the rundown?
What'd I say in the rundown?
He found his smile. Nemanja Bjelica found his smile. Yeah.
The
things he missed the most in Sacramento, he missed his smile. And he found it in Golden State. So good for him. But excuse me if I'm not going to kiss his ass because he quit on the Sacramento. Twitter was a wild place the last 12 hours. This is what happens when I'm up past my bedtime. I start firing off tweets. I start responding to everybody. I make mistakes here early in the show that only the stream could see. Trying to get everything situated for our big day. You got all this going on. And I'm supposed to be okay with the fact that Nemanja Bjelica just, I'm not playing. And Luke Walton covered him for, half a season? Pretty close to half a season? No, he's a stand-up guy. He just said, no, I'm not playing here. But I'm supposed to be happy for him because he's in Golden State and he had a good opening night. Please.
You know what it is, Damian?
And that's for you too, Jason Anderson. I know you listening. That's for you too.
You know what it is? I was thinking about this. The Kings, they're struggling, as Joe Namath would say. Down in the dumps for the last 15 years. It's gonna take somebody real to bring them out of this. It's gonna take somebody that's strong mentally and emotionally to bring them out. This ain't for those looking for an easy ride. This ain't for those looking to ride the coattails of somebody. It's gonna take a dog. Nemanja Bjelica, he wasn't a dog. Simple as that. He can get over there with Steph and Jordan Poole and Draymond and Wiggins and he can look great because that's who he is. He's not somebody that's tough enough to get out of these doldrums. Marvin Bagley, I'll say it. I ain't afraid to say it. He's not tough enough mentally, emotionally.
Yep.
To bring this team, the people that are willing to accept that challenge, they're willing to take on all comers, take on everything. They're not looking for no easy handout. They're not looking for no free ride. And that's why we roll with them. That's why we roll with Davion Mitchell. That's why we roll with De'Aaron Fox. Because De'Aaron Fox ain't looking for no handout. He said, yo, it's tough out here, man. We're going to do this. Mr. Halliburton told us.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Halliburton already let us know what time it was.
I can guarantee you that's over.
Come on now. Those are the type of people that we need to turn this thing around. Not these guys, that like to ride coattails. You know what I mean? They don't want to be the guy. They don't want the pressure. They don't want the smoke. They don't want the heat. I need somebody that needs the heat, and I think we got those guys now, baby. I think we got those guys now. I think we got those guys that are willing to embrace what the journey is. Let's go, damn it. Nemanja and Bjelica, I wish them all the best. Sincerely, I do. I hope he plays well. He played great last night. He was balling. But for what the Kings needed, we needed somebody tough-minded. He wasn't that guy. He's a quitter. He's a quitter. We don't need quitters here in Sacramento. We need somebody that's ready for the grind. That's all I got to say about that. Marvin Bagley, he ain't ready for the grind. We need people ready for the grind out here. You gotta be tough-minded, mentally and emotionally.
And can we also not rewrite history? Wasn't Nemanja Bjelica moved to the bench because Marvin Bagley was back? They wanted to play Marvin Bagley. They wanted to start Marvin Bagley. Weren't we all in agreement that's what they have to do?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we were still in the developing stage of the Sacramento Kings. Weren't we all universal? And I'm sorry, correct your boy if I'm wrong. Was he lighting it up?
No.
Was Nemanja Bjelica lighting it up before he was moved to the bench? Well, I sound like a scorned lover when I come to talk about Nemanja Bjelica. I find this so aggravating that it's cool. Luke covered for his ass all year or half a year. But no, it's cool. Oh, no. It's the Kings' fault. It's the Kings. Hey, look, I get it. King, I know what the Kings are. Kings have been what they've been for the last decade and a half. But what's it say when you're an NBA player and you come here and you just quit? How does that fall on the organization? Again, not absolving the organization of their faults and the mistakes that they've made. But how is that their fault? How is it like, yo, Belly, we got to start Bagley. We got to get him working out there with De'Aaron. Oh, fine. I'm not playing. Well, no, that's not what we mean, Belly. You're just going to have a different role. No, I'm not playing. If I'm not starting, I'm not playing. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Nah.
But see, Buddy could have been the hero that Nemanja Bjelica was last night, but the Lakers got greedy and they wanted to go after Russell Westbrook and
they took
the Lakers season's over, right? That's how it works.
That's how it works.
The Lakers season's donezo.
Yeah.
So it'll be the Warriors. It'll be the Warriors and the Kings in the Western Conference Finals after tonight.
Warriors and the Kings against and winner plays the Bucks.
For sure. Well,
winner might really play the Bucks.
That one might not be a stretch.
Oh boy, you want to talk about tough enough?
Go ahead.
You want to talk about somebody that is mentally, emotionally, and physically tough enough?
Talk to him.
Let's talk about 34 in Milwaukee.
Man,
because that man ain't never ran for. He ain't never bone crusher. He ain't never scared. That's what I'm looking for out here.
Solid.
I ain't looking for no Bjelica. I ain't looking for no Marvin Bagley. I'm looking for somebody that's tough enough like 34. That's what I need. He ain't gonna run nowhere. He re-upped. He re-upped. So let's do it here. That's what I'm looking for. I need a 34, not a 35.
He was locked in when the game was over. The game was over, and they're talking to him about being, NBA 75. He just no, it's cool. It's good. He wasn't moved by the ring. He wasn't moved by the ceremony. At least he wasn't moved once the ball went up in the air.
Nah.
Once that ball tipped, like he was locked.
I think he tweeted out after the game or before the game or something like that. He said, there's always another challenge. Something like that. That's what the hell I'm talking about, Damian. I'm not running. I'm not quitting. There's always another challenge. Give me 34, man. You can keep 25 too. Oh, I ain't really into all that either. Give me 34. I said it last night. I'll say it on the air. I'll say it with my chest. Giannis is everything Ben Simmons truthers think Ben Simmons is.
Oh, my.
That's what Giannis is. He defends all game long. He's a playmaker for others. He gets buckets. He's a leader. That's everything they try to tell me about 25. No. 34 is the one.
Yeah. He is, and that was clear last night. We'll talk a little bit about those games past the Nemanja Bjelica part. I know this isn't popular to say because we got to overreact and put the big headline on the screen. Is the Russell Westbrook experiment over? Next on First Take. Wait, what? Really? So 81-1 isn't good enough, huh? Like it's over now. Okay. But we'll talk past the Nemanja Bjelica stuff, past the Giannis Antetokounmpo stuff. Like I thought again, you're not supposed to say this. I thought the Lakers and the Warriors both looked really good yesterday.
Yeah.
Matter of fact,
of
the four teams that played, the one that I was like, they've got some things to figure out was Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
Brooklyn felt like they couldn't get into a flow. Not keeping that same energy. Not even remotely concerned about the Brooklyn Nets.
Right.
Not at all. But of the four teams that played last night, they were the ones that if we did a power rankings of opening night, they're probably at the bottom.
And when you talk about Brooklyn, I don't want to overstate them, but they're so good. They didn't look like they were clicking on all cylinders, and it was like single digits at one point in the fourth quarter. They were there. They were right there. So they need a couple more tweaks here and there. Our guy, did I pick? No, I just mentioned him. Patty Mills, 6th man of the year, 7 of 7 from beyond the arc.
I think you did, man. You did pick him, didn't you?
I picked Derrick Rose.
Oh, that's right, you did.
But I mentioned we both mentioned Patty Mills, but yeah, I mean he's a hell of an addition. So yeah, I loved what I saw last night from opening night in the NBA. Warriors-Lakers was a really good game, really entertaining.
So it was a nice little appetizer last night, watching the Bucks get their rings, watching LeBron. Man, you talk about a star-driven night. Holy crap, there were stars everywhere last night. But the true stars appear tonight when it's De'Aaron Fox out there on the floor, when it's Dame Lillard versus his worst nightmare.
Ooh-wee.
All right, I'm going to calm down because that's doing a lot. But
number 5 is about that life. Number 5 ain't scared. Number 5 ain't scared.
Ain't nobody questioning that. Be interested to see how this season starts for them. I feel like it's going one of two ways for Portland. One of two ways. I don't think there's an in-between with this team, and we'll talk about that. We'll dive into this season. There's a lot to get into. We've got tons of predictions coming your way, including who will be the team's MVP. We should probably preface that also.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the team's MVP, not named De'Aaron Fox. That's all coming up, man. If you want to jump in on these phone lines, you most definitely can. 916-349-1320. You can get us on Twitch. You can get us on YouTube. You can get us on the Odyssey app, and you can get us right here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's ESPN 1320. Ether in, but boy, everybody know that woman's name by heart. I've seen her name in here about 10 times already.
It's just so wrong. She's just so wrong repeatedly.
John was screenshotting. I know you had to have seen this. All the tweets that she posted and deleted. It's like 4 of them. Like her balls shrank right after she hit 10. Gosh almighty. I was cracking up. Like, oh, there's another. I was like, Biggie, and another one. and another one.
Would I trade bags for Simmons today? Sure. Like the trade in itself doesn't bother me at all. Like that's a no-brainer basketball wise. Simmons' money does worry me, but you're not getting anything from Bagley, so why not?
Speaking of money. Hang on. Let me complete the process, as they say in the NFL. Up here. Brought up money, so why don't you guys go spend some? 30% off.
Yeah,
come on, man. Kings 21. Kings 21 is the promo code. 30% off. Shout out to the dope ones. Look at that. Indeed. The Kings Legacy Collection is launched. Oh, by the way, I know y'all don't think that that's all that's going up this week.
Bro, I'm telling you right now. You guys know I don't really gas stuff like that. What's about to come? Oh my goodness! This is clean, and the only reason it's not up today is I didn't have time. So Donnie, if you're watching, Donnie, we're gonna drop one tomorrow.
And then we're gonna drop one Friday.
Give me a little Quentin Mayo because for what's coming. For what's
fam, I got you.
Oh,
Yep. It's on the way.
When we broke this down and we talked about what's coming, I had a Quentin Mayo moment.
I didn't. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't know this was coming. I opened my text this morning and I was like, okay, all right, Donnie. All right, Donnie. I'm gonna go to work. Hey, Brian Cruz, I see you, baby. Brian Cruz got his merch.
Shout out to B Cruz, man.
Kings 21.
My bad.
Co.
21.
Co. All merch, baby.
Come on, man. Get in there.
All merch.
Get in there, Co.
All merch. We're going broke this
night,
week.
Baby.
I knew too. I knew as soon as I put this on, I was like, I'm gonna catch hell. It's all right.
It look good.
I know it looks good. It don't bother me. This is from the Icons of Style collection too on Macy's. So it don't bother me. But I knew I knew I was gonna catch it.
We know how to dress.
Dude, that's facts right there.
We know how to dress, man. You know
I'm just waiting for Chase to call like, sir, we regret to inform you. We think your credit card has been stolen. For those who missed it, what happens is when you order something, my credit card gets charged. I don't know how that works. My credit card gets charged, and then that's how it works. Warren, I promise, I'll work on that tonight.
For those in Bryce's predicament, I completely understand it. I'm gonna give you a pro tip, and just see what's coming out the rest of the week. That's all I'm gonna say.
We're gonna keep the 30% live until after the home opener. So Friday at like 11:59 is when the promo code ends.
Yeah.
Kings 21. Write it down. Some of you are gonna want it tomorrow. Some of you are gonna really, really want it on Friday, and then we'll have more to come. I'm testing the limits of Donnie's. Donnie was working at. Donnie sent me text messages at 4 a.m.
grinding.
I was about to wake up when Donnie was still working.
Grinding.
Man, I feel like singing today. Just waking up in the morning, gotta thank God. I don't know, but today seems kind of odd. It was like a good day, man.
Shout out to Jilly, not from Philly. She just posted she got something in the mail. Jilly, not from Philly.
Jill. All right. Shout out to Jill Adge. By the way, the whole thing with Nemanja Bjelica last night started because of Jill. So don't let this sweet little exterior on King's Twitter fool you. She's the one who got me all fired up tweeting about Nemanja Bjelica and good for him.
Hey,
all right.
Good for him.
But I see Jill Adge's opening night gear arrived in the mail for her.
Also, shout out to our guy Brett Huff. You know what I'm saying? He checking us out on the YouTube. Me and him are back on that, that royal blue tip, Big up to Brett, man.
Oh, it looks like I could be bugging. It looks like Jill on that royal blue tip too. She on that royal blue tip over at D-Lo and KC. You know what it is, man. Check us out, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320.
No, John Bull said he on it too. So they're going with the royal. A lot of people going with the royal blue today, man.
What John might want to check his email, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 as well. It's a great way to take part in the show. You can stream us on the big screen. I think that's what the man Brett Huff is doing. He's got to stream it on the big screen.
Out here. You can look in my eyes when I say these people ain't tough.
You can see you can see my eye. You can see my turtleneck. On
very smooth.
I mean, I'm glad you appreciate. I'm catching some heat here.
I don't know. No,
it's all right.
That's the turtleneck. It's that season. Speaking of, I saw a video clip of the Lakers walking into the arena yesterday. LeBron looked very nice.
LeBron can go. Nice. LeBron can go.
Suit on with the black turtleneck, looking real cool. Even Dwight Howard. I wasn't necessarily feeling the fit of his suit because I'm more of a European fit type dude.
Yep.
But I saw where he was going, and then my boy Russ.
Yeah.
Russ was wilding.
Yep. 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 Yeah, I got some honor.
But I'm with it.
I got some honor the gift gear. But that's not what he wears. He's the only dude who has like a clothing line that he doesn't wear. Like I can't. I love Russ. I love how his personality. I love that he takes chances. I can't do it. I feel like I take some chances. Not that many though. I don't take that many chances.
Maybe one day I'll come to the Golden One Center in some Russell Westbrook type attire.
Please do. And I think I can speak for everybody watching and listening right now. Please.
Hey, you rock it and you make it fresh.
Here's the thing about dressing, man. If you love it, that's all that matters.
That's it. That's
how, like, if this works. It's like my man, the high flyer. He used to call me ankles. Because I'm gonna have joggers of some sort on. You are going to see you're gonna see my Achilles tendon every time I step out. You coming to the G1C on Friday night? You're gonna see my Achilles tendon. I'm gonna be out there. That's just the way I am, man. I very much and plus I've got a pair of shoes that I'm anxious to break out for the first time, and I don't want them to be covered up. So I'm going to make sure that I got a little drawstring right there. So you
can't do that. Can't cover it up.
It's like Michael Jackson. You ever hear Michael Jackson explain why he wore short pants and white socks?
No.
He always wore glittery, like high waters with glittery socks.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted people to look at his feet. When he was dancing, he wanted people to look at his feet.
It worked.
That's how I feel because I can't dance. I just want people to look at my feet. Don't look at anything else. Just look at my feet. I'll be happy.
Yeah, man.
We've got a number of predictions as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings coming throughout the day. We want to hear your predictions as well. As a matter of fact, we've got a poll posted up at youtube.com/ESPN1320 for all those that are watching on YouTube. Shout out to the crew watching on Twitch. I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't quite figured that one out yet, but I'll get there. Kings win total for the season. Right now, we've got 36% that are going 43-plus wins. 42% have the Kings win total at 40-42. 17% of those that have voted so far have Kings win total between 36 and 39, and just 4% have the Kings win total at 36 and under. So I'm happy, man, that the crew is optimistic. I love that. I absolutely love that. We'll have our win totals coming up here. But we talked about Kings predictions. We had MVP selections yesterday. How about a Sacramento Kings MVP not named De'Aaron Fox?
You got yours?
I do.
Because I'm still there's two people that I'm trying to wrestle with right now.
Okay. I feel like that's probably the case with a lot of people. I'm not wrestling with this. I knew right away when you threw this idea out who I was going to go with.
Yeah.
And today, 6.5 hours before the first. Oh, it's Portland. Is it 7 hours? Is it a 7:30 start tonight?
Yeah.
7 hours before the first game. This might be the last time he gets any proper recognition. The team's MVP is going to be Harrison freaking Barnes. Sorry.
Give the caveat.
The team's MVP not named De'Aaron Fox. It's going to be Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes is going to continue. We ain't going to talk about him. He's going to have 18 and 8. Yeah. But we're going to be talking about what Davion did on defense. We're going to be talking about what Tyrese Halliburton did. We're going to be talking about what, lightning quick play De'Aaron Fox had. We're going to be talking about De'Aaron Fox's free throw percentage more than we're going to be talking about what Harrison Barnes is doing. Harrison Barnes is going to be the glue, as he always is, to hold this squad together. Harrison Barnes is the team's MVP, not named De'Aaron Fox.
I like that. The FYI, 7 p.m. start. John Bull says Portland's the only other team besides the Kings that do 7 p.m. starts. Everybody else on the West Coast does 7:30.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm a fan of the.
I thought it was just us. I hate the 7:30. Hate it.
I'm vamp life. You're not.
No, I'm very much not. You see what happens when I stay up past my bedtime. Just go check my Twitter timeline. That's all because I was tired. I hadn't had the computer out of my lap all day.
Yeah, if they could start games at 8, I'd be happy.
Oh my God!
Let's go. Let's play Midnight Madness. Let's go.
Start games at 8. It'd be the Kenny Caraway show. Man, it's a shame what happened to D'Lo.
I'm the guy that watches 24-hour of college hoops, and I watch the Hawaii game every year.
You do.
I need to bring that back.
That's just weird. That's just weird.
I watched the who is probably be like St. Francis at 3 a.m. on the West Coast because they're on the East Coast. My MVP went back and forth a little bit, but it's not a knock on anybody else. I just think this guy, I'm a believer in this guy.
Okay.
I'm a believer in what he brings to a team, what he brings to a franchise. It's not even starting. It's Davion Mitchell. Davion is a culture changer. Drake you told us a while back. He was spot on.
Yeah.
This guy will change the culture in your building.
I'd say we need to call Drake, but I think he's dealing. He's got a newborn.
Yeah, he does.
I want Drake to be able to do a victory lap.
Yeah,
he did not waver at all
when
he said Davion Mitchell is
definitive, and he was right. He was right. I don't care if we haven't seen a regular season game yet. I'm willing to go out on that ledge. This guy will be the MVP. Sneakily, there's people talking about rookie of the year. Rookie of the year for this young man.
Yeah, I looked up some rookie of the year predictions yesterday on ESPN and saw it. I feel like it was Jalen Green and Cade Cunningham all over the place. Jalen Green King. I didn't even see a Scott. I thought someone might step out there and be a Scotty Barnes guy like we were. And I know Scotty Barnes was my pick because I thought he landed in a great situation. In terms of coaching, in terms of team, in terms of the ability to showcase himself, I thought he landed in the perfect spot. But I also understand the Jalen Cade arguments in that boy's gonna rock.
Yes,
it's all day, every day for those two right there.
Yeah. So I mean, and I think Davion is gonna be right there. Now he's not gonna be there in terms of numbers and things of that nature. I've said it numerous times before. How ironic that I'm going to champion a guy like Davion Mitchell, because I feel like the things that I'm going to say about Davion are the things a lot of people talk about, Warrior fans specifically, with Draymond Green. And I think he's going to have that type of impact on this squad. And I think he's going to be, outside of De'Aaron Fox, no shade to Tyrese Harrison, you know what I mean? I even had a thought of talking about what I think Terrence Davis is going to do for this team off the bench. But it wasn't MVP worthy. It's just notable. But I think at the end of the day, Davion he's going to change it all. He's going to change it all. What this team is trying to do, he's trying to change it all.
You were my partner not that long ago when a certain picture was taken at Media Day, and you were like, man, maybe we heaping a little bit too much pressure on this brother right here. Maybe we're doing a little too much, having him up there with Tyrese and De'Aaron and making sure that picture gets circulated and all those different things. You're the same guy, right?
I'm the same guy.
Oh, okay.
The same guy, man.
You sure are. You're sure throwing a lot on his shoulders here on night 1 of the season.
What do I always say, though?
Heavy is the head. Oh. I don't know. You say a lot of things. I was just gonna start throwing all of them out over and over and over again.
Put them all on a shirt.
I mean, we got.
Okay.
I didn't know if it was that one. I didn't know what it was.
That is not one of the things I say.
Dude, you say this every day.
Okay.
Hey,
I thought you were gonna let it play.
I didn't let it play, but there was a rather lengthy thread on social media about how anytime anyone sees the word Lake Show, they immediately hear
Lake Show
in their head.
I don't know how you guys hear that. I have no idea.
Okay. We're the other meme. Okay. You got it, buddy. You got it. So you got Davion Mitchell. I got Harrison Barnes being the team's MVPs, not named De'Aaron Fox. Obviously, that leaves out. And you said you were debating between two people. Was the other one Tyrese?
Yeah, it was Tyrese. And Tyrese is he's extremely vital to taking a step for this team right now. But I don't know, man. It's just the vibe that I get from Davion. It's just a vibe.
Okay. I like it. I'm with it. I'm curious what you think. We're curious what you think. If you're on Twitch or YouTube, jump in the chat. Let us know who you think the team's MVP is going to be. That's not De'Aaron Fox. Mm-hmm. Who's it going to be?
De'Aaron is the straw that stirs the drink. Don't ever get it twisted. He is the straw that stirs the drink.
Are you throwing out all your lines right now? Is that what you're doing? Because I think Donnie's. I think the Dope Ones is working on a shirt where he's just going to put all of Kenny's phrases onto a shirt.
Hey, De'Aaron Fox, he is the straw that stirs the drink, and hey, heavy is the head that wears the crown. You know what I mean?
There it is. Get him in there, buddy. Get him in there. Get them cliches in there, man. You got it. You got it.
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying.
What about when you were 7? You want to throw that phrase in?
It's gonna be like
it was a life-changing year for you when you were 7.
It's gonna be like one of those Hawaiian shirts where they have different pictures and sayings, or remember the NBA patch jeans where they had,
my God, I remember those.
That's what the shirt's gonna be like. It's just gonna have all my sayings.
I was thinking more like the Browns quarterback jersey. How it's just a long list of all your sayings. By the way, you can add a new name to that jersey this week.
Oh man. Damn. Yeah.
Hey, right. It's not our business today.
I was trying to, stall him out, but you're right. You're right. He gets on that list. Has he been there before? I'm starting to lose count.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think he started for the Cleveland Browns before.
Okay. You just never know. I mean, they have so many randoms.
Not my problem, though.
Yeah,
not my problem.
We're worried about what's going on in Portland right now. What's going on in Rip City. And it's the Kings. And the thing about the Kings, man, the thing about tonight is the time for talk is over. The time for videos from training camp in quotes. As much as we love them, I love them. I love everything that I saw in training camp. As much as that is the case, time for talk is over. Now, like my man Melvin and Baby Boy said, guns and butter.
There we go. One too. Let's get that one in there too.
Guns and butter.
Don, I hope you're taking notes.
And losses. That's all that matters.
The 5X shirt right here that Kenny's making with all these things he got.
Guns and butter.
Things were looking bleak.
Oh, and I'm not talking Memphis.
Gotta get that one on there. Gotta get that one on there. But let us know who you think the MVP, not named De'Aaron Fox, may be. Jump in the chat on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Of course, shout out to Joe. Joe grabbed him some gear, man. Joe Martinez grabbed him some gear. He's driving around. He's making deliveries. We love the crew that's listening on the Odyssey app and that's listening on 1320 AM. We know a lot of you are driving around, handling your business. Some of you are listening to us at the office, man, like the office, not the home office, which some of us got. But we appreciate you guys so much, man. Thank you for that. Hit us on social media. Share your thoughts at DLMKC on Twitter and at ESPN 1320 on Twitter. We're curious your thoughts heading into the season. And it feels like a lot of Kings fans are optimistic. I saw a little message here from someone in the chat that says, something along those lines. I can't put it here on the screen because the chat's flying today, but it's 15 years, mark my words, or 16 years, Kings aren't going to make the playoffs. So not everybody is optimistic about this upcoming season.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't have no problem with that. You don't have to think the same way that I do. I had an epiphany. Donnie said in the chat, he said it's going to be a tall T.
Okay, indeed it is. Yo, man. Hey, let's bring in Drake Yu. Kind enough to join us. Drake, how's the baby? First of all,
congratulations.
How's the baby?
Thank you, guys. Baby's great, man. It's a game changer, but it's been a blast. Like, father has been awesome, and it's pretty indescribable. So I appreciate you guys.
Man, I'm
I appreciate you asking about him. Yeah, thank you, guys.
So happy to see that, man. It truly is a blessing, man. But we were, I don't know if you were listening or anything like that, but we were just talking, and me and Damian were, doing our Kings preview, and we have a topic each segment, and this one was, MVP outside of De'Aaron Fox. We feel like De'Aaron Fox has got to be the guy, but outside of him, who's the MVP of the season? Damian went with Harrison Barnes, which is an excellent choice because Harrison Barnes is that dude, and he's unheralded. I went with the game changer himself, the culture changer himself. I'm putting a lot on the young boy, Davion Mitchell, but we had to hit you up because you was on it before all of us. You told us, like, this needs to be the pick. He's a culture changer. Get this man in the building. And he's as advertised so far. So, I mean, Drake, what you seeing from your man Davion so far, man?
I'm loving it. I feel like everything that I liked about him going into the draft, I feel like has manifested as far as his impact right away, obviously defensively. I think that people are a little surprised by the offensive game in particular, and obviously he shot it well in the preseason, and I think he's got a lot more in his package, to come. So I'm pretty pleased, and again, like, his impact has definitely been felt early in his presence, and I think that it's exactly, obviously, like, he's not a bona fide all-star franchise level player right now, but he's someone that, again, changes culture from day one, and it's been nice to see them at least have a little bit of success, summer league and preseason. And obviously it's none of that, everything matters starting today, but it's momentum, and it's nice to see it this time of year.
Drake, you mentioned people being surprised by his offensive game. Are you?
No, I loved, that was probably the reason why I actually fought for him so hard, or, tweeted about him so hard, was like, this guy has so much more to his game than just being a lockdown defender and being super tough. I love, like, the shiftiness in his game. He's got, like, his change of direction is great. He can make open shots, and he's one of those guys that doesn't necessarily need the ball to have an impact in the game. And I think that if you look relative to the Kings roster, offensively, his game kind of fits that Tyrese and with De'Aaron, and so I loved it. And again, like, I'm not surprised at all by some of the early success that he's had.
Hey, Drake, like, you hoop, you know the ins and outs on the court and things of that nature. And I heard a lot of people compare Davion to, like, Patrick Beverly at the guard position. And I would, with, what he does on the defensive end. And I always said, like, no disrespect to Pat Bev, because I respect his journey and how he got here. But Pat Bev is, like, just somebody that he just, like, plays hard, plays hard and plays wild. I don't think there's a lot of defensive skill. He just works really hard, right? Davion is like a magician on the defensive end. Not only does he work hard, there's a certain level of talent that he has defensively that Pat Beverly just does not have. That's why I would tell people, like, he's way better than Pat Bev on the defensive end. You understand what I'm saying when I, those two are compared, and I'm like, nah, it's a different level when you talk about Davion.
For sure. I think that, like, his foot speed, to me, first of all, he's a better athlete, I think, than Pat. Mm-hmm. Pat, like you said, you're spot on. Like, I think he's just one of those, like, he's prided himself and made a name for himself on being that, like, pit bull defender. But Davion, if you watch, like, technique-wise, how he gets over screens, he's physical. Mm-hmm. He has this, like, great combination of, that physicality, but also the athleticism and quickness and that's what allows him to guard a variety of positions, like whether it's PG, as we saw in the preseason, or, he's locked on to Dame. That combination of, like, strength and speed, I think, is, like, super unique, and that's what allows him to be versatile defensively. So I think you're spot on. And then during the draft, even, I was like, don't get me wrong, like, Pat Bev actually makes an impact too, like, from a culture standpoint. I'm sure he'll have a little bit of an impact in Minnesota this year, but guys like that can change a culture. And so I'm like, if that's, and Davion, I think, is a better basketball player, but if that's his floor, like, those guys are valuable and hard to come by in the NBA. Same with a guy like Marcus Smart. And so I think that, like, Davion has more upside than both of those guys, and that's why I was so keen on this pick. And I'm actually surprised that Zach made this pick, to be honest, but I think it's been a great fit, and hopefully he's here for a long time, because those are the type of dudes that I think you win with in the NBA.
You're surprised because it was the right one? That's okay. It's okay. You
I like that.
You deserve a victory lap, Drake. You were adamant on draft day. You were adamant before the draft that the Kings need to select Davion Mitchell. It happened. It paid dividends, man. We just wanted to have you on as the season gets underway tonight. Thanks for making a few minutes for us, and congratulations again on the newborn, man. We're thrilled for you.
Can I say one more thing?
Absolutely.
I think with one of the things I learned working in the front office over the years is that, like, every year I thought we were going to be good, we were terrible, and you're let down. And it was the one year where Dave Yeager was kind of going around the offices even and being like, we're not going to win any games this year. We're going to win 9 games. You guys understand that? And, we set the expectation so low. And then that was the 18-19 year where, like, all of a sudden we just had a team that played hard and kind of played with a chip on their shoulder. And I kind of sense that same energy this year where, like, expectation isn't crazy high, but if you have a team that plays super hard every night and defends and competes, you have a chance. And I think that who knows? I would hope that Sacramento has another one of those types of years where they kind of surprise some people, and the energy seems to be very similar to that year, at least what I'm seeing on social media and talking to some guys. So I'm hoping that we can kind of surprise some teams this year.
I think it's coming, Drake. I think it's coming, man. It's going to be a year where people are going to be excited this year. I think so.
Well, thank you guys for having me, man. It's always fun.
Always,
yeah,
man.
We appreciate
Always.
you, brother. That's Drake UU right there, man, joining us here on short notice again, man. That's legit. My man deserves a victory lap.
Yes, indeed.
He was adamant day one. Like, look,
we were talking Moses.
I got you.
Moses Malone. We were talking Moody. We were talking book night. We were talking about trading back into the city. And Drake came on here at about Kings picked at 5:45. He came on at about 3:45. I was like, it needs to be Davion Mitchell.
Yep.
Period.
Yep.
Period. And now look at him.
And he didn't waver from that, leading it. Like his pick from jump was Davion Mitchell. And we've seen what that turns out to be, at least in the short term. I mean, Davion doesn't even know what it's like to lose in a Sacramento Kings uniform, be it summer league or preseason. And so I was a little bit confused by what Drake said. So do we need to just start talking about the Kings winning 9 games?
I think so.
Okay.
Get that Dave Yeager approach.
Get that Philadelphia vibe. Get a good see. I mean, we breaking records, man.
I wonder if Yeager really
7 wins, 8 wins.
Or he was like trying to say, like, there's a difference between
protecting his heart.
Yeah. And he was like, nah, this team's weak. They're like, nah, we weak, bro.
Hey, coach, what do you want to do today? It doesn't matter. We're trash. Who cares? We're 7 out. We're coming back. We got a lot more Kings basketball to talk about. Well, we're trending to the dark side. Let's head over there with The Undertaker and Kane. Will Luke Walton make it through the season?
Oh, my.
Wasn't my question. There's your boy's question.
This is true. This is true.
We'll dive into that as well. And what could, outside of injuries, derail the season? We'll talk about that next here as D'Lo and Casey continue on this opening night on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, shout out Drake, man. Alfonso in here talking crazy. That's my guy. Hey, man, I can't find his number, man. If you're on Instagram, hit me up on Instagram, and I'll tag you in his stuff. If not, I'll keep looking, but can't find his number for whatever reason. He a Laker fan, though. I might just conveniently block him on Instagram if he adds me. I'm just messing with you, dog.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, we're hearing from our favorite sports anchor in Chicago.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Tell myself, what up?
I'm texting Marshall like he texts me. You know how some people like type all of their thoughts out in one text and send it? Marshall's the type of guy who thought text. That's what I just did to him. I went thought text. Oh, no. What is happening here?
Oh.
G League Bagley. Come on, man.
Oh, now that's uncalled.
Come on, man.
Oh, man. Oh, I don't know about this, Joe. Well, maybe I'll retweet it or something that. But what I did come across this morning, Twitter always gives me something to laugh about. is there was a thread of Tyrese moments. Oh my goodness, like Tyrese the singer.
Oh, I was about to say, wait a minute, what?
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, there's some good ones out there.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
oh boy, Tyrese is something else. This right here, this is just the tip of the iceberg right here.
What more do you want from me?
It's just the tip of the iceberg.
Nothing beats The Rock, though. Nothing. Nothing.
Why'd The Rock do that to him? Just eviscerated that man.
This is dog shit. This is the biggest pile of dog shit I've ever heard. That is my favorite freaking clip.
Yeah, well, Drake knows his stuff, man. Drake knows his stuff, and he keeps it a stack at all times. He keeps it a stack, for better or for worse. He keeps it a stack so much. I almost didn't want to ask him what he thought about this year's team, because if he told us, I don't see
shit. It's the biggest pile of dogs. He's about to go The Rock on Tyrese's album. Oh man. Oh man. Kenny Thomas tweeting. There you go, Kenny. Let's see if we can get Kenny on the show.
Yeah, man. Pull up, Kenny. Have you seen a commercial for that show, Queens, with Brandy and?
Yes, I just saw it a day or two ago.
I might take a look at that. You know why? Because my man Cameron is on that show, and I got to figure out what he's doing on that show. I don't know when I'll watch it. I don't know how, but I might. Come on, Cam on ABC. Come on, man. I got to see what's going on with that.
Wow. Who needs the man when you got
all my kings were in Portland. We did our thing over in Marvin's room. We closed the door on that, but it wasn't there no more. I had a chick in Toronto that didn't know I was here no more. What? Yeah.
Why though?
That was my Drake.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, that was my Drake.
Your Drake you?
No, Drake Aubrey.
Oh, we appreciate you for being with us on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, on 1320 AM. James Ham's going to be with us a little earlier than he normally is. James Ham's going to be with us coming up at 2:30. Make your plans to be here. James' situation has changed a little bit since the last time he was with us, and told James, like, hey, you got things to say. We got a platform.
Oh, man, we here.
Come say some things on our platform.
We here.
So James will be with us at 2:30, and I'm confident you don't want to miss that. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on these phone lines. Let's go with Kenny's morbid question as we get back to King's predictions. Will Luke Walton make it through the season?
Short answer, yes.
Okay, thanks for tuning in to D-Lo and KC today. We'll
he's gonna make it through the season because they're gonna be in the hunt. So number one, you're not getting fired in the middle of the season. And I think he'll make it to what next year will be the last year of his contract, right?
Yeah,
this is
right.
Third year, fourth. Yeah. So he'll make it to that. Now, I don't think they'll do an extension before the season. Well, maybe they do it 1 year. Because you don't want, isn't that the whole thing with the lame duck? You don't want a lame duck. If he gets them into the play-in situation, 100%. Maybe they add a year on to that. It's not going to be 4-year extension, but maybe they add a year on. He makes it through. And I'm predicting he will be head coach opening night next year. That's because I think the Kings are going to make it this year.
Okay. Extension if he makes it to the playoffs? Question mark.
Would it be right to do a 1-year extension? Like, is that?
Yeah, you know who?
Is that realistic?
You know who? Hey, he's got someone on his staff who might be like, "Hey, I got one of those too." That's what your boy. That's what Griff did with Alvin Gentry. So he still fired him, but he gave him the year extension because Griff was
So essentially,
there was no lame duck or anything like that.
A 1-year extension after this year would just prolong the position they would find themselves in. If the Kings make the playoffs this year, he goes into year 4 on his final year of his contract.
Mm-hmm.
If they give him 1 year extension,
then it's just the next season.
It's the same. I think if he makes it 2 years in a row, he would get the 3-year extension.
Yeah, it's not exactly long-term security there. If they give him a year-long extension, it's more
just
like
delaying the inevitable.
All right, let's just it's not necessarily the inevitable. It's like, if I think the better take was because we both think the Kings are going to some degree succeed this year.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not backing away from that until we have to. And that certainly isn't before the first game is ever played. Mm-hmm. So the better question would be, because obviously with the take that I have on Luke, with the take that I have on the Kings, I got to believe that Luke Walton's going to make it through the year.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a better question would be if Luke Walton, if they succeed like we think that we're going to do, and they get to a postseason berth, post-season berth, does that get a year extension so he doesn't have the lame duck? If he gets to the playoffs, does Monty McNair feel, is it like, okay, this is what I expected, this is what I wanted to see, Luke Walton's going to be the coach for the long term?
He might, if they get to the playoffs, I think I wouldn't be surprised if he gave him a 2-year extension.
If they like the playoffs,
not the
postseason. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I wouldn't. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going to happen, or they should, but I would not be surprised if that happened. Yeah.
Will Griffith at the Kings Herald chimes in, says Kings get a 7 seed or higher, they'll give him a 2-year extension. Kings go 9 seed or lower, they'll drop him in the offseason for a guy that Monty's been watching for 2 years.
I could see that. I could absolutely see that. Yeah. And they don't make the playoffs. Like they go 9th seed and don't win their way in.
So,
I can see that for sure.
Question for Will, question for everybody else. Is it for Luke, not for us, but for Luke Walton, is it playoffs or bust? Not postseason, not play-in, but a playoff series or bust?
I don't know if it's that definitive because it gets murky with the postseason. Like if they might still bring him back if they were in the play-in scenario. I could see that. I could see them, like Will said, walking away from him. I absolutely could see that. But it's not as cut and dry as the other two options, right? So if he gets to the playoffs, 100% he's back. If he don't get to the play-in, 100% he's gone. You know what I mean? Those are definitive. You get into the postseason and the play-in scenario, there's a couple of different things that could happen there. That's a little 50-50 land.
Would it matter if you were like 7th or 8th and you lost?
See, that's the thing I was thinking about too. Like if you got to 7th and you had 2 opportunities and you couldn't get it done.
Yeah. That's like, is that the only real disappointing scenario in a postseason scenario? If they get to, I mean, obviously we'll be disappointed if they lose.
Yeah.
But if they get to 7 or 8 and you got 2 chances and you can't get it done, that all of a sudden, like it gets worse.
And by my calculations, say they were a 7 seed, that would mean 2 home games, right?
Yeah, they don't travel. So I don't think they travel. So yeah, it's two games at home.
Well, yeah, it's 7 seed, 2 games at home. Like if you were 8, you had to travel to 7, and then you get the other game. If you lost, you get that at home. But 7, you'd have 2 chances at the crib. Against a team like Minnesota.
That stings just to think about.
Oof.
916-349-1320. Let's head to Orlando. Kamara, taking time out of his law practice. What's happening, man?
And then, first of all, I want to offer my mea culpa for the Bagley Ayton comparison like 48 hours ago. I fall on the altar of I was wrong. It's embarrassed. I was embarrassingly off about that. So I just truly apologize about that, fellas.
Well, no need to feel that way, Kamara, because we all felt this way about Marvin Bagley.
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you?
That's how we all feel.
Yeah. So, I say all that to say that you guys, I don't know if you guys recall, like several months ago when I called and I said, I was talking to a friend of mine who's a scout and said that one of the things that was wrong with Marvin is that he has an embarrassingly poor self-awareness about himself and just about his role in the league and role in the team and role in the league. Do you recall that conversation?
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe? And I was just thinking that, Jamie, you were 1,000% right about, him. It's not really about his talent level. It's about everything in between the ears and whatnot. It brings me back to the Caruso quote. He said, when he was in the G League, and the guy said, you can have a very long career in this league if you figure out what your role is. And he said a lot of times people come into this league and they want to be, the superstar, but the guy said sometimes you got to want to be the janitor. And if you're the janitor, you can play 15 years in this league if you're willing to accept that role. And I think the problem is Marvin came in. If you remember his initial quote when it was an interview when his rookie season, he said, "Hey, I'm coming in to be the rookie season. I'm going to be an MVP, and I'm going to, things of that nature." And it's kind of like he's always had this weird, inflated idea of where he's at in the team. And where he's at in the league, and it's like you haven't done anything yet. You want people to have confidence, but it's just almost like it's unearned confidence, almost in a way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I don't have a problem with someone being confident, though. I thought, I don't have a problem with people saying that stuff. I don't have as big of a problem as Kumar. Now, if you're, maybe there's a certain point where, like, you're talking year one, you want to take on the entire world. Maybe at a certain point, look, I've got to take steps to get to those goals, right? So here's my first goal. Here's my second goal. Here's my third goal. Ultimately, this is what I'm going to wind up as. Right. I don't have any problem with that. But I get Kamara's point, and then it felt like he came in the league and was like, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do. And it was, I feel like some of us have watched him throughout the long and goes like, is he willing to work to get to that?
Right.
And I don't even know that Marvin Bagley's work ethic has ever been in question. I think it's more of, I have a lot of questions about Marvin Bagley, and most of them involve like the people around him and the advice that he's getting. Because I'm not going to keep mentioning this, but I feel like the story of Marvin Bagley is told in the Jaren Jackson extension.
Yeah.
8 more games. That's it. Injuries weren't an excuse in Memphis.
Yeah. And like I said yesterday, as much as I think Marvin is a nice young man, well-intentioned and everything like that, and we talk about the people around him, he's still the boss and the CEO of that enterprise. At least he should be. And we talk about going to Arizona. He could have said, "No, I'm not going to Arizona. I'm staying right here. I'm gonna be with my teammates. This is where I'm at." He chose to go. He made the decision to do that, and that's something that he's got to wear. And when you talk about like what Kamara is talking about, having the confidence and having the belief and the self-confidence in yourself and having the goals, that's one thing. But when you're not, this is speculation. You didn't say anything. Nobody said anything. But when it comes off, at least, that you're not, you feel like things are owed to you, and you get upset when you don't get that to the point where you're disengaged, that's where it becomes a problem. As much as I wanted Marvin Bagley to play in the fourth quarter last night, that wasn't your birthright. That wasn't your birthright.
Last year, yeah.
That's not, you're not owed anything. You haven't played damn near 82 games in this league in 3 years. If the coach sees it, that you shouldn't be on the floor in the fourth quarter, and that's what he feels best to help this team win, then that's what it is. You don't go pouting. You don't go do any of that. Like I think I got a son. I wouldn't teach my son to behave that way. I wouldn't, and all I would tell my son is if you're not playing in the fourth quarter, I understand the frustration. I understand you feel like you should be out there. You just got to start, just give him no choice. Bust people up, not like punch them, but in practice, like outplay everybody. When you are out there on the court, outplay him until he has no choice. The answer isn't to have me tweet out that you need to be traded. That's not the answer.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So there was a level of, I understand what Kamara is saying, because there's a level of he felt like he was owed certain things when he hasn't accomplished anything in this league. And that's not being dismissive or disrespectful of his talent or what I thought he could be. But in this league, you may have done something at Sierra Canyon, you may have done something at Duke. In the NBA, you hadn't accomplished anything. And it didn't seem like he had humbled himself enough to accept that and work at that. That's what it comes off of when you see things like what we saw yesterday and what we've seen from months before that.
I got a question that I want to get to here in a minute. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're here with you on this opening night of Kings basketball. It's the Kings and the Portland Trailblazers in Portland tonight. We want to continue to hear from you. 916-349-1320. Let's bring in the serial connection. Our man, Manny. Manny, what's happening?
Manny.
Merry NBA, man.
Yes, indeed.
I haven't been this excited in a very, very long time for both my teams. So I love what both organizations have done. I like what they did yesterday with Bagley. Like the whole, let them know what's up. That's what it is. You can say whatever you want. We're moving forward. Because I feel like in the past, this would have all been one big puddle mess where they wouldn't have said nothing, and then everything comes out after the first game, and then they're trying to make it like all kinds of stuff is in the media, and it's like, dude, this is what it is, and we're giving you the courtesy of telling you, and you can react any way you want, but we're going to move forward, and we're going to start this season, and we're excited about where the future is at. And to me, that's everything. We talked about it before, about organizations and setting the tone and setting the foundation of how you want your players to be and how you want your coach to be, and it all trickles down from the top down. And I love the direction the Kings are going in. I'm excited for this year. I expect them anything less than a play-in game, and I'm disappointed. I fully expect them to be in that playoff.
100%.
Or at least in that last couple games, they're fighting for it. But anything else is a disappointment as far as I'm concerned.
100%.
Okay.
Bulls
With you, man.
NBA Finals. Let's get it.
He led the state of Chicago in scoring. Illinois.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I have a question. You were talking about Marvin Bagley and how he hasn't earned anything and seems to have these demands and believe that he should be treated a certain way. And again, I think a lot of that is co-signed by the people who is around him and the bad advice. And I do believe that he's gotten bad advice along the way. And I don't care how many damn clients Jeff Schwartz says. He dropped the ball on Marvin Bagley. But you love to point out Ben Simmons has been Ben Simmons since we've heard of Ben Simmons. Mm-hmm. He's been exactly the same. And he was the same at LSU. He was the same through his first few years with Philadelphia. You believe that Ben is Ben, and that's that. Mm-hmm. Isn't that that's the case with Marvin? Has Marvin Bagley from year one to today, circumstances be damned, has Marvin Bagley got better on the basketball floor?
It's a good question.
I feel like you're thinking too hard about it. I don't think that
it's hard. It's hard to say because he hasn't played.
Well, wouldn't that be the answer? No, he hasn't gotten better. Well, and I think that's part of
his skills could have improved, but we don't see it. We don't know because he's never out there. We don't know what,
man. You know what? I can dunk from the free throw line. You can't see it, but I could do it. How worthless is that statement? If your skills got better, but you can't actually implement them on the basketball court, it's like if a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, doesn't make a noise.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying, but if we go all summer and I'm shooting the year before, I'm shooting 25% from three, and I work on my game or whatever the case may be, and we get into training camp and the shot is better. Like they're keeping track and practice and everything. Like, oh, he's worked on his shot. He's shooting like 52% from three or something like that. But I break my foot in the first game. That doesn't mean I didn't get better. That means I didn't get an opportunity to show what I've been working on.
Or it means your training was in vain. Or your training was in vain. Like you went out there and you did all this work and it's irrelevant because no one can see it. I think we've seen enough. Yeah, I think we've seen enough of a sample size to where, like I don't know what to pick apart from Marvin to go, yeah, this was better. He got better doing this. And maybe some of the, maybe the film guys over at the King's Herald can break it down for your boy. Because I feel like when I see I think the thing with Marvin is also he's got a skill set. I don't know that that's even deniable at this point. Like he has a skill set. He has faults. Most players have faults. Not all of them. Most players have some faults. They have some holes in their game. Some guys have, massive flaws in their game. Some guys have little specks of flaws. And we saw that all on display last night with some of the superstars as the season got underway. Yeah. But with Marvin, I feel like every time I see Marvin Bagley, whether it was this offseason, whether it was last season, whether it was the in between the stints in which he got hurt, I felt, yeah, that's Marvin. It's Marvin. Every once in a while, you see a little bit more. You see the minutes restriction was lifted. Why? Because Marvin was cooking. Well, he had a great game. That was the tantalizing game, if I remember correctly, some 20 some odd points coming out of that game when he's coming off of an injury and was building up his minutes and was playing well. But I think we always knew that Marvin had a certain skill set. But I think as I look around, I don't look at him and go, okay, he got better here. Here is a definitive place that he got better.
Well, so I say with Ben Simmons, like he is who he is. Like he's not gonna change. He's been the same, right? If you want to look at Marvin Bagley and be like, he's not. The people close to me, they'll watch the game and be like, bad luck, schlep rock. He's not gonna get healthier. You're not gonna stay healthy. Like it's not happening. You know what I mean? I think that's well within right based on what we've seen. He hasn't been able to stay healthy in 3 years. He's always hurt. And he's not gonna get healthy. I could be wrong with Ben Simmons. People might be wrong about Marvin Bagley, but that's more so what I look at with Marvin. Like he's not gonna be able to stay healthy. Like he's not going to be able to give you 75 games. It's just not.
Okay. 916-349-1320. We want to hear from you. Leaf, I hope I got that right. If I didn't, please correct me. Leaf, what's happening?
What's up, brothers? How y'all doing?
We all right, man. How you doing today?
I'm doing all right, man. I just had to show some love from Jersey, man. You know, KC, you my guy. So
yeah.
I just show some love.
Jersey in the house, baby. What's up, man? Is it Camden? Are we in Camden? Where we at?
Nah, man. Camden's the straight up hood. I ain't from Camden, bro. I'm from Playfield, but I'm like 45 minutes out of the city. But nah, I just called to say, man, I'm feeling some kind of way about Marvin Bagley, man. Like I had such high hopes for this guy this year. And for that statement to come out, it just killed me, man. Even though I think we're still going to do our thing, but that whole Bagley thing just put a damper on the whole feeling of the season.
I know exactly what you mean, man. That was disappointing to see yesterday. That was very disappointing to see.
And you know what? Like, and Leaf, feel you like it could just be today. Like, let it rock today. I think we got some frustration out today. We'll have a more measured response, or yesterday we'll have a more measured response. We'll get, I be careful how I say this. I'm going to press James Ham on a few things when he joins us later and see what he can share with us. Because you talk, James ain't never come on this show and not said something with his chest.
Right.
That put that on the back of the shirt also.
Yep, say it with your chest.
Put that one on the shirt.
He had about 10.
It's a tall. You got him, boy. You got him, man. They there for you. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man Neil here. Neil, what's happening, buddy?
Oh, sorry, I had my phone muted. My bad.
That's okay, brother. That's all right.
You're good.
Hey, I hope one of these drops tomorrow Friday is that Blind Neil shirt you promised. I mean, don't. Oh man, my dog. Sorry.
You're good. You're good.
That's all right,
Sorry,
man. That's okay.
I'm fostering a rescue dog, man, and he's having a hard time getting used to my neighbor's dog.
we're a dog friendly show here, Neil.
I know. All right, let me hit you with three things real quick and get out of here. Luke Walton, man, I think Will put it best, and I agree with that, man. If they hit that 7 seed and they don't extend them a little bit, that's just saying they think it's fool's gold. So if they don't believe in it by then, they have to move on. And I was like most of you said, think that it's earned right there. Number 2, Kenny, I owe you an apology because I'm calling in and I'm pushing back and forth with you about Ben Simmons. And you know what? In the end, you said it a few days later, and I have to agree with it. I just don't trust it. Those are your words, and I feel it 100%, man. I don't care what the possibilities. I just don't trust it. And with Bagley to finish up, I am so tired of this ride. I'm just tired of it. It's been played out so poorly, like you've all said. I don't need to restate anything, but I had hopes that at some point it could just turn into something. Just something. I didn't even have him in my own personal, 8-9 player rotation, but I still had hope that he could just do something to make the last 3 years worth something. But man, if they agree to a cutout buyout, whatever. See you later. I'm done with dude.
Yeah.
Love you guys. Go Kings. Go Dodgers!
Whoa, he snuck it in.
Chill.
By the way, Blind Neil wants a shirt. The idea immediately popped in my head. I got it. I got the Blind Neil shirt. I don't know if there's a market for one, but we get one for him. Like I got it. Remember the Macho Man shirt?
Oh yeah,
with the glasses.
Oh yeah.
We'll alter the glasses a little bit, and where it says Macho Man, Blind Neil. Boom.
Bang.
Come on, man.
Bang.
That's a moneymaker over at DLoandKC.com. Promo code Kings21 for 30% off from now until the home opener.
Hey, DLoandKC.com. Shop DLoandKC.com.
Swear to be.
It's where to be right now today, and it's going to get even crazier.
It is.
Mark my
I
words.
assure you. Yes, it absolutely will. We'll check in over here on YouTube.com/ESPN1320. We asked you, what will be the Kings' record this season? We'll get an update here on the poll over on YouTube, and we'll share our thoughts as well as take a look at the outlook of the West, and a little
intimidated.
A little NFL note just popped up.
Oh,
and it's a big one.
Oh wow.
Let me grab the box behind me.
What's good?
Let me grab the box behind me. We're going to take something out of it, and we might have to have a conversation here today. But it's really about Kings basketball. It's about the start of the Kings season tonight here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage, ESPN 1320. What? How could you not like it? Nah. Take it.
Yeah.
Take it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hang in there, buddy. Hang in there. Man, y'all are man, appreciate everybody who showed some love to that post that went out on Twitter today. The Kings Legacy collection. That's gotten a hell of a response.
Big ups. Brian Cruz, it is too chilly for Sleeveless Fridays, at least for me. Sleeves are on for almost the rest of the year.
I mean,
it's supposed to rain on Friday. That's the only bad thing. I mean, it's good that we need the rain, so I won't complain. But
yeah, I'm all for it.
Be walking around, Doko, raining like that.
Ain't gonna be me. I'm gonna be at the house with the windows cracked. Listen to that rain hit, boy. When it rained, it was a Sunday night.
Yeah.
Well, I had every window in the house open, and I was just sitting there like, yo, this is where it's at.
No,
I love that
baby,
sound.
would you be my summer rain?
The Kobe's asking, what's the NFL news? The Texans and Dolphins are having some conversations about a Texans quarterback. Not yet. No, this is an exclusive. It ain't ready yet. Y'all ain't ready for the turtleneck heat, anyways. I don't mean heat. I mean heat. Y'all ain't ready.
They not ready for that. They not. It's just too much for them
right
now.
Y'all be hating on turtlenecks, man.
They tripping if they hating on turtlenecks.
See, here's the thing, though. I watched that movie once, and I'll never watch it again. I've seen the first one 1,000,000 times. I'll never watch the second one a second time.
Yeah, we didn't need the second one.
Didn't need that. I'm good with the movie. I didn't like. I'm okay that they did another one. I'm not okay with what they did in that. It's like why? Who needed this?
They didn't even need to do the second. And yeah, like you said, what they did in the second was even worse. But we could have let that be. They didn't make the wood too.
Hey, right on. Yeah.
Let the classic stand alone. Not everything needs a sequel. Did you like what was that movie?
Sanaa Lathan in both those movies, by the way.
Oh, shout out to Sanaa Lathan.
Always shout out to Sanaa Lathan.
Always. Shout out to her. What was that movie? Oh man, it wasn't Four Brothers, or was
That's
it
what it was.
Brothers?
The brothers with Morris Chestnut, D.L. Hughley.
Moore.
Yeah. Just brothers walking around shirtless the whole damn movie. Wait, word? She's in Succession? Why don't I remember that? I haven't started season 3. Oh, it's good.
I gotta check that
It's
out.
good.
I've heard a lot of good things about it.
Yeah, it's good.
Whatchamacallit is coming back though, so might have to wait.
You want to help a
Insecure
brother out
coming
with?
back.
Okay. Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, this is the
Final
last
season.
one. Is this
Yeah.
the last one? Yeah.
Final season of Insecure.
All right,
That
King
show
Boss.
was so funny when it
That's
came out.
a little too much slander right there. A little too much slander. Okay. All right. Listen, y'all can kiss my ass. Y'all can knock it off right now. No, George for sure.
Why y'all
Okay,
hating on
I haven't
George?
seen season 3 yet. That's why, huh?
Y'all be hating on George, man.
You got George? You don't rock.
Not John Cena like. So when you talk about George, I need to know what people are talking about. Because George,
Jean shorts.
any type of jean shorts,
Yeah, I think so.
yeah,
Jean shorts.
Because y'all tripping. Like right now, the style you get the shorts that are kind of slim, cut off. You know, you see all the threads hanging off, cut off above the knee.
Like Daisy
High
Dukes?
No, that's really high.
Oh,
Not Ahmed Johnson.
okay.
Not that. No,
Yeah, okay.
just above the knee.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And
Ahmed Johnson with the shirt tucked in.
yeah, Ahmed was wild.
Look at that boy with the Daisy Dukes on. I want you to.
He was wilding. Now, though, that's hot. That's hot. I don't know what y'all talking about. Now, if I came with some John Cena joints, yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. But
Just
yeah,
some.
man, you wear some joints, man. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Okay.
Where y'all been at?
Well,
Matter of fact, I had
rock 'em.
who was I'm trying to think. Wasn't Io wearing some last time I was at your crib?
I don't know. He might have.
Not for the birthday party, but when we just
The
got
one
together.
before. Yeah, he might have. He might have had. Yeah, I feel like he has some jean shorts. That might be accurate.
But he had a stylish though. That was the way to do it. That's the way to rock
Again, you could wear anything. Like if you believe it, it works. I don't know. Not
it.
really.
Almost went into another song, but won't be going into that song.
Did it have anything to do with believing in flying? Perfect. We went from Deshaun Watson to R. Kelly. This is a great show. Great show so far. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you can jump in here on youtube.com/ESPN1320. The streaming feed's popping today. I know a lot of folks are excited for the season to be here, as are we. If you're watching on YouTube, and a lot of you are, please hit the thumbs up. If you're a first-time watcher, become a subscriber. We got you covered. We post show highlights. We got shows within the shows, the 13th round, the house show. Those shows pertain to boxing and wrestling, and they're available in separate playlist over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. So go and check that out. We'd greatly appreciate it. Kings win total for the season. This according to the crew in the chatty house. Kings win total for the season. 35% say 43 plus wins. 44% say 40 to 42 wins. 16% say 36 to 39 wins, and 6% say 35 and under. So
6% just is not feeling it.
And that's okay. That's all right.
Yeah, they can do what they got to do.
We've got 79% optimistic people in here, and 36 to 39 it's not good, but 36 to 39 wins based on some research Kenny did a few weeks ago may very well wind you up in the 10 spot.
I'm looking at it right now. The 10 spot in 20, because I'm going by the last full seasons, right? So 2018, 2019, 10 spot was 37 wins. 10 spot here, let's see, 8, 9, 10. That year was 42 wins. That was the exception in 2017, 18. In 2016, 17, the 8 spot. Let's get to it here. Just let you guys know. 8, 9, 10, 34 wins from New Orleans was the 10 spot that year. And we'll just do one more for good measure. 2015, 2016, the 10 spot that year, 8, 9, 10. Ironically enough, the 10 spot was the Kings. And it was 33 wins. So when you hear about like, the West is just too stacked. It's just too stacked. You're going to need 45 wins to get into the 10 spot. Like, calm down. Historically, there is a huge drop off between 9 and 10. And 10 is generally anywhere between, if you ask me, probably 33 to 36 wins is the 10 spot.
Well, it looks like a lot of people, virtually everybody, have the Kings making the play-in tournament. What was the record last year? Do you have that in front of you?
The Kings record?
Yeah, was it 31 and 41 for 2 years in a row, and then it was projected 35.
5. The Spurs essentially got 37.
So pretty much everybody except 5% of the people think they're going to be better than they were last year and the year before. Just some people don't think they're going to be that much better than they were last year. And then there's some people who think they're going to be much better. You got a win total in mind for the Sacramento Kings?
I do. I got them at 40.
Really?
Having a nice even number of 40 wins.
Okay. Well,
this is still slightly under 500, but I think that's good enough to get into the play-in, and it's an improvement.
Okay. Again, as most of you are well aware of, we don't plan this show at all. Did not talk about this in advance. I'm going 40 also. My my hope had been like 41 and 41.
Yeah.
And part of me think like, am I being greedy? Is that a lot? And then I get to 40 and I go, wait a minute, am I being greedy? Is asking to finish 2 games under 500 completely irrational? But that's not. I feel like they're going to be making that push for 500 at the end of the year. Maybe they fall a little bit short for whatever reason. But I think 40 and 42, that's good enough to get them in the play-in. I don't know where, because I can't make heads or tails of the Western Conference right now. Yeah. Specifically, I can't make heads or tails of kind of like the, taking the Oklahoma cities out and taking the Houston out. Mm-hmm. I'm not in the business of completely removing San Antonio yet, but like I get it. Like I think they're going to be. I think San Antonio was closer to the Minnesota, New Orleans, Sacramento area than they are the Houston, Oklahoma City area.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of people disagree, and I understand that. I kind of just have to see it first. But I can't figure out that like Portland. I can't imagine Dame's team stinking, but that's the team I'm seeing like dropping down a little bit. Of course, that could be the team that wins the Western Conference, for God's sakes. I have no idea, but I can't figure out this conference. I just don't think it's as good as it's been in years past. I think the Lakers are going to take some time to finish, figure some things out.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the Warriors.
Yeah, Warriors are looking good.
But like I think they'll hit some lulls during the year. Not 2 9-game losing streak lulls, but they'll hit some hiccups along the way. Maybe when Clay gets back, they'll hit some hiccups when Clay returns and they're trying to figure some things out there. So there's no team like I look at Milwaukee. I ain't got no questions.
Right.
I look at I look at Brooklyn. I don't really have a lot of questions. Mm-hmm. I feel like that they'll be fine. They'll be fine. Philly, truthfully, not really a lot of questions. I don't know that they're going to be the top team in the Eastern Conference, but I believe when you talk about the top
squad
teams in the Eastern Conference, Philly's right there. In the West,
another team. I think Miami.
That's a team we haven't talked about, man. Like Miami's
pick them to come out of the East.
Interesting. What got my attention on Miami earlier in the week is I was reading something about Eric Spoelstra, someone predicting Spo being coach of the year, and I thought, damn, I hadn't thought about Miami. I think Bobby Marks, we had referenced Bobby Marks's award selections yesterday. He's got Jimmy Butler as the MVP. And he admitted, hey, let's be different. Let's step out on a limb here. He's got Jimmy Butler as his MVP. So it's like, all right, that's an interesting team. Is that the team? We talked about teams on the come up. Obviously, Miami's been good for a long time, but they were in the finals 2 years ago. Right. But is this suddenly a team that's winning the Eastern Conference? Is this suddenly a team where they go in there against Milwaukee and you're looking at them like Miami might walk out of this one?
They could be.
I don't know that I'm there yet. I don't know that I'm there yet, but they're interesting.
Either, but they could be. But there's to your point, and I hear you and everybody else break down these teams. There's just so much going on in the league. I like you could tell me that Milwaukee could lose in the second round. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think I got Milwaukee. We didn't get into it yesterday, but I got Milwaukee going to the NBA Finals. And you could tell me they lose in the second round, and they could lose to Miami, or maybe Philly makes a trade and gets their stuff together. Like, there's so many possibilities. And don't get me started on the West. That's why, like, when people talk about, the West is just so stacked. Like, I don't see it being super stacked.
That's someone who hasn't watched basketball in 6 years.
Yeah, right. They tell you the East is just garbage. Like, no, the East is actually probably better than the West this year. Like, let's just keep it a stack for the first time in 20 years, maybe. But, yeah, like the West there's a group of teams in the same spot or close to it, in my opinion, in the West. And that bodes as a good thing for the Sacramento Kings. I don't think they can – I could see them competing and beating any team in the West on any night. I could see them going on a 5-game winning streak because the talent is comparable, in my opinion, to a lot of these teams in the Western Conference.
Okay. Getting a wide variety of numbers here for the Sacramento Kings win total. I see Ramsey hit us. Vegas has the Spurs over under at 28.5.
Sounds about
I knew it was bad, but you think so?
Yeah, sounds about right. Shout out to my guy Lonnie Walker, though. I do like Lonnie Walker. I like Devontae Murray too, but yeah, I don't think they got enough.
Coach Molly says just being optimistic and saying 43, but 40 and 42 is probably more realistic. And I feel like 40 and 42 is optimistic.
Coach Molly said, I mean, if I want to be realistic with it, 55. Okay. You know, I think they should win 60, but I'll go 55. Be realistic.
Joseph says 41 and 41. Shout out to Joseph. We appreciate you over there on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. So keep those predictions coming in. If you're not watching on YouTube or Twitch, no problem. Send your predictions over to @DLoMKC on Twitter or Instagram, or @ESPN 1320 on Twitter or Instagram.
Coach Molly got me hyped, though. I would love 43 wins. I would love 40. This thing went 43? What? Somebody, maybe it was a tweet or something, but somebody was like, this team is getting in the playoffs, not via the play-in game.
6 seed.
Yeah.
6 seed.
This team getting in the playoffs.
Is there something? Yeah. Is there? By the way, James Ham's going to join us 1 hour from now. We keep pointing that out because it's a little bit earlier than James Ham normally joins us. We've got a lot to cover headed into the first Kings game tonight in Portland. So James is going to join us. James' situation has changed a little bit since the last time we was with it. We're going to put James Ham on the stream, lay out, let him say what he got to say, and then we're going to ask him some questions.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to let James do his thing. And then we're going to talk about Marvin Bagley. And then we're going to talk about the game tonight. And then we're going to talk about the season. And I'm going to ask James this very question. I'm going to ask you, and I'm asking everybody listening and watching right now. Outside of injury, specifically outside the injury, is there something that could derail this King season? Is there something that could derail all this optimism? Is there something that could happen on the floor that, man, it's just ain't amounting to wins?
I'm going to surprise you a little bit. I'm going to surprise you. If we get a definitive example of Luke Walton not being a good coach, if it is shown that he can't get through to guys, he can't put in place a game plan and a strategy for the group of guys that he has, and it's just not clicking, that would be the thing that would derail this team, I think.
Fam, that is the least specific thing I have ever heard in my entire life.
If he's not a good coach, I've never said he's not a good coach.
No.
So if everybody's right,
I guess you haven't. I guess you haven't.
If everybody's right and he's not good,
so
it ain't work out. It don't really matter who they got on.
So I think one thing we can't eliminate in what you just laid out is, because I believe at least this is part of the reason that he's here, or perhaps still here. He can get through to players. Now, maybe those players are physically unable to respond. So what Luke is asking them to do, 2 dribbles, like, you know, you like one of your favorite Luke Walton lines.
Yeah.
I don't know whether what we're doing is working or not, because I can't get them to do it. So
that's crazy. He said, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
But no one questions whether like Marvin Bagley can or no one questions whether Harrison Barnes can execute his game plan, or De'Aaron Fox can execute the game plan, or Tyrese Halliburton, because those were the guys who were looking around at some of the other guys on the floor when the game plan clearly wasn't being executed.
Mm-hmm.
And when we say game plan, 9.5 times out of 10, we're only talking about one thing.
Yeah.
The defensive side of the ball.
They're a top 10 team on the league in offense.
You talk about derailing something. What if we're wrong? What if all of this defensive talk is just that? Is just talk? What if they get out there against Portland tonight and you got off night out there and it's like, hey now, and then all of a sudden they're down 7 and it's time to make the sub and Buddy comes in, and you know what's happening when Buddy Hield gets in the game?
Shots are going up.
Boy,
shots fired.
I loved seeing Lakers fan think that Buddy Hield couldn't put up a Russell Westbrook-like stat line last night. That amused the hell out of me. And then all of a sudden that lead, or as it pertains to the Kings, that deficit goes from 7 to 14 to 16. Are you still committed to the defensive end? That's what I need to see. This is what Matt George was talking about yesterday. Matt said he wants to see this. He wants to see the Kings get punched in the face and respond. I don't want to see the Kings get punched in the face tonight. Let them get punched in the face a week from now. I don't want to see. I want rainbows tonight. I want cotton candy clouds and rainbows. I want candy rain like Soul for Real used to sing to me. That's what I want tonight. I don't want them to get hit in the mouth and have to respond.
I agree. I don't need that. I don't need that tonight.
And I need Dame to go 2 for 20.
That's not happening.
Okay. All right. I got greedy. All right. That's fine. My bad. That's my bad.
I can make a mistake.
All right.
Here's what you talk about tonight. I wouldn't want them to overreact or panic to anything.
If the Kings or the fan base? Because there's going to be hell to pay tomorrow if they lose.
Nothing I can do about the fan base. They going to do what they do, right? But say a scenario comes out and they are down by 10 in the first quarter. Calm down. Get back to basics. Don't panic. Don't come out and think that you got to get it all back in one possession. Get to basics. Start to dig into what you've preached all training camp long, and take it one defensive possession at a time, one stop at a time. You know what I mean? The biggest thing I think for this team, especially early on with so many expectations, and I feel like the tension is high around here, as it should be, because the stakes are high. Like, they need to be successful. They need to win this year. So everybody should feel that level of tension. What they can't do is don't panic. Don't panic. When things get rough, don't panic. Refocus yourself. That's what it takes. A deep breath, refocus yourself. So if they come out today, they're down by 10 early after all this work they've done on defense, and Dame has got 12 in the first quarter and they're struggling. Yeah, take a deep breath. Like, all right, guys, one stop at a time. One stop at a time here.
One stop.
One stop.
One stop. One stop.
One stop.
We might have to put that on the shirt too.
That'll be the picture, and the rest, the words will be surrounding.
There you go.
The one stop picture. But yeah, I want to see them be mentally tough enough right now. Mentally tough enough to execute whatever's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're down, be mentally tough enough to dig out of that. If you're up, be mentally tough to keep that pressure, keep applying that pressure.
Ron Cruz said they just need to believe, like the Dodgers did yesterday in the 8th.
Uncalled for.
Well, I mean, I get the analogy, though. It works.
That analogy sucks.
Okay. But, hey, Ron, I get you, buddy. My partner can't see it. I got you. I got you. Peyton. Sorry, Peyton. Peyton said, hey, what time is Ham today? I got a meeting at 2 p.m. Peyton, cancel the meeting. You don't want to miss James Ham at 2:30 or get in there at speed meeting. Like, walk in there. You're the boss, right? Hey, walk in. Look, I got to be in front of the computer at 2:30. I got to have the Odyssey app open at 2:30. I got to be with my radio on 1320 a.m. At 2:30. I can't miss what James Ham has to say. Just
make that part of the meeting.
I think that's what you should do, is walk into the meeting, put D'Lo and KC on the projector, because for some reason I'm envisioning this meeting like a classroom, like there's a big projector on the wall. Just throw D'Lo and KC right there on the screen.
Boom.
Airplay it right there. We got you, Peyton.
Happen, man. Come on, man. We'll help the whole team reach their potential, get where they need to be.
I mean, we're pretty motivational.
Just turn the comments off on the chat.
Please. Yeah. That's a good idea. That's it. Do what I had to do on Friday. Just cut the comments off. I completely forgot I hadn't turned it back on. And poor Matt was so confused. I can't I can't see any of the comments. Like, oh, that's right. I turned them off because, quite honestly, I don't trust some of you in the YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/ESPN1320. And while I don't trust them in certain situations, and by the way, for those who have asked, yes, Olivia is absolutely going to be back with us.
Let's go.
Maybe I don't always trust them, but I love them. And it's a great community over there on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can go check us out there. Of course, the Odyssey app is available for you. And 13:20 a.m. Shout out to everybody listening on the radio. James Ham coming up about 50 minutes from now. He'll be with us coming up here at 2:30. We've talked a little bit about the games last night. Bucks look locked in. I was really impressed with Giannis Antetokounmpo and the way he responded to the ring, the ceremony, the pomp, the circumstance, the banner, the whole. It was like he was smiling. He was overwhelmed. Such a great moment for Giannis. Then all of a sudden, the ball went in the air, and it was over.
Yeah.
And you hear guys talk about that a lot. Like this, once that ball goes up, last season's over. We get the acknowledgement, like it's cool. It's obviously, it's an amazing, but it's a tribute to last year. Giannis, or whether it's Giannis or Bud or the collection of the crew, I have rarely been able to see a team seemingly so easily put last year behind them and the accomplishment of last year behind them and just get rocking.
Yeah, man. I mean, I love Giannis. That's my guy.
I know you do. I know
that
you
is
do.
my boy. He does everything that I would want my favorite player or the favorite player on my favorite team to do. He does everything. He's fearless.
Yep.
He's competitive. He's a great teammate. Love Giannis.
How much confidence do you think that last game gave him headed into this season?
Oh, a ton. If there was ever any doubt, it's out the window. You've done it. You got into the mountaintop. Then you did it in a dominant.
You did. That's it. Yep.
You know what I mean? There's Jeezy, Kanye. You can't tell me nothing.
I'm sorry, sir. There is no such individual named Kanye.
Oh, that's what. Oh, yeah, he changed his name. Literally,
his name is Ye.
Okay. Yay. Sorry, brother. Mama called him Kanye. I'm gonna call him Kanye.
Call him whatever you want to, man. You can put Kanye in a box. We're going to step out. We're going to come back. Okay, how about this one? Who will be the Kings' second best player this season? I feel like we kind of already talked about that when we talked about the MVP. So let's dive a little bit further because we've talked a lot about Davion. We've talked about De'Aaron. Yo, how about the second-year player we were all in love with last year?
That's our guy, Zero.
Can Tyrese get some love? We're going to talk about Tyrese Halliburton as we continue. Bryce, we see you on hold. I promise we will get to you. If you want to jump in on the phone lines, you most definitely can. 916-349-1320. James Ham coming up at 2:30. We're back with more here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320. Can we get them thumbs up? Let's see if we can get to 2. Can we get to 200 today? Can we get to 200 today?
We
all are in there. We at 148, got 227 watching. I think we could get to 200 today. I know we could get to 200 because we got, crew, we got 325 votes and 154 likes.
Another click. Just another click. That's all it is.
It's literally right next to it. Vote, thumbs up, or thumbs up, vote. By the way, DJG from Cali, I see you, fam. I got you. I got you.
It snow. Oh, let it snow.
I mean, Brian McKnight had the coldest verse in the whole.
That's a bad boy.
Brian McKnight had the coldest verse in the whole song. There you go.
I don't know why, but when I'm throwing it back or anything like that and hearing the throwbacks, Brian McKnight comes on, I always turn the channel. I don't know why. I don't want to hear Back at One.
Yeah, see the Brian McKnight hits, I've never the pop hits don't work. They don't work for me.
I don't want to hear that.
I'm more
McKnight. I don't not like him, but I don't want to hear Back at One again.
Yeah, Back at One is not my jam.
Even though Back in One is one of those
buddy.
songs. Well, you guys will be moving to a new city soon, Big Marv. When if you haven't already.
That is not Big Marv. Just knock it off.
You guys are actually already in Arizona.
That is not Big Marv. That is our man securing the Bagley.
Moving wherever Marcus goes. All right, so don't worry about it. Back
Ooh, Manny, no, that's the jam right there. I'll take her. Ill Al Scratch. Yo, it's Al Scratch. Yeah, Ill Al Scratch. I'll take her with Brian McKnight. That's a Rap City joint. That's a rap that was not played on KSFM. that was on Rap City with Big Tigger.
The Brian McKnight Back in One. That's one of those songs where I'm not really a big fan, but I know all the words. It's like Gangsta's Paradise. Like I hate that song, but I know every word of it.
I saw Coolio at one of those. They put Coolio on at one of those V101 concerts. Like his whole set was about like death. And it was like, y'all really had this dude? And this was after like Salt and Pepper like ripped Arco apart.
Oh, damn.
And then y'all put Coolio out there to like sing I'll See You When You Get There.
You see who's performing opening night?
I did, but I forgot.
Montel Jordan and
that's right. That's Dougie's boy.
This is how you do it, or this is how we do it. But I mean, is
Girl,
he
if it's all right, I'm thinking let's go somewhere and get it on tonight.
LL on the remix. Wow.
Wow. It's 1-on-1
tonight.
Wow. Yeah. Yes, he has more than one song. He is not tag team.
He's got about 5.
As a matter of fact, he actually is tag team. He has a commercial out there right now. Where he just keeps going, this is how we do it.
That one.
Yeah, it's
good for him.
It's out there.
Jordan got about 5 or 6 songs. So he gonna make me go to his essentials. He ain't got a super catalog. I will.
Romanowski bringing the heat today. Would you rather watch a 3-hour Raw or 4-hour baseball game and no fast forwarding commercials?
Damn.
Man, pass. Do I get to pick the Raw? Hey, keep hitting them thumbs up, man. We at 180. We almost there. Let's go. What do you I have no idea what you're reacting to.
I'm going through Montel Jordan's essentials.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he don't have a lot of hits, but he got that one. Remember, something for the honeys.
Yeah, that was all right.
Oh yeah.
I still think "Get It On Tonight" was the jam.
"Get It On Tonight" was the jam. "Let's Ride" featuring Master P and Silk the Shocker. Underrated.
Ouch.
Smash.
Master P and Silk the Shocker. Boy, you don't
the code. If you're about a girl, let's roll. I told you wasn't no limit. So tonight, anything goes.
For someone who doesn't like Silk the Shocker, you sure know a lot of his verses by heart.
He's on his features were fire. Like his songs were garbage, but his features were fire. Well,
where do we stand on Silk the Shocker and Mystical together?
I'm not listening. I wasn't a No Limit. I didn't like anybody on No Limit.
Okay.
I was a hot boy.
Snoop.
Oh, it's not with the gold fleet collar.
That's so awful. We really should forget that.
That was a smash, though.
It was, but we should just forget it was a part of No Limit.
To the 6 and to the 7. I once was told that all dogs go to heaven.
Wow. Snoop made some trash in his time. Let's get to the phone lines, man.
Hold on, I'm not gonna let you do that because it is Happy Birthday Snoop today.
It's Snoop's birthday?
Yeah, that's
a word. Oh, wait, how come nobody told me? Like, hey.
Now, what did I do
That's
wrong?
my bad. That's my bad. I didn't know it was Snoop's birthday. I didn't know.
Yeah, Snoop's birthday. Shout out to I think it was Squints. I think me and Moore this morning.
My bad.
Snoop Dogg mix for his birthday.
I missed it.
Shout out to the Dog Father.
That's me. I would have an album. The Dog Father. The album was trash, but I ain't gonna do that on his birthday. My bad.
Yeah, man, come on.
Who knew? Who knew?
Gee.
Who knew when Deep Cover came out that Snoop was going to be one of the biggest pop stars
that Snoop was going to be doing Corona commercials
of this generation. Like who knew Snoop is a pastor in BMF.
I still haven't watched it. I got to get on that. He's a pastor.
Yeah, at least I think it's BMF. Yeah, it is.
One of the clips in that Tyrese thread was when he was a pastor in some show.
Can we put the Tyrese thread on the stream during a commercial break, or is it riskier than some of Doris Burke's remarks yesterday?
I'd be able to put it on there.
Okay, we might. You tag me in it,
he was on the Teddy Riley Babyface versus talking about throwing the tile. It's from TIL.
Man, I pray for Tyrese, man. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man, Bryce. Bryce, what's good, baby?
Bryce.
Hey, what's going on? I think I have two things, both on the Kings. Well, one on the Kings and one on Bagley. First, the serious thing with the Kings. I think that their biggest Achilles heel, and it's the thing that we've all talked about, it's a basic part of basketball. And I think it's going to be their free throws as a team. It's going to be something that they're going to need to count on because late in games, cost them plenty of times, or they get close, or maybe it's to build a lead, or maybe it's for confidence, or whatever it is, and they clank them.
Yeah,
they have to fix it.
Well, not to, and I agree with you, Bryce, but not to kick a man when he's down. But it'll improve with Marvin Bagley not in the fold.
Yeah, true. Oh, that was my other point. Marvin Bagley's got a new nickname for me. His nickname now is Pepto-Bismol because he gives me heartburn, upset stomach, and diarrhea.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Bryce. All right.
What? Good.
I apologize for Bryce. That's what happens when we let the chat house onto the show. You get stuff like that. That's the type of stuff that takes place in the chat house all day. 916-349-1320. Let's bring some sense back to the conversation with our man, Big Al. Big Al, what's happening, buddy?
You got to take shots at me. Listen, one game, but boy, I really was disappointed. And your man Bryce, I'm not dealing with that, but talk about bad free throw shooting. Good night. Is LeBron even getting worse? Is it possible?
Okay.
I don't know.
Let's calm down. LeBron was pretty damn good last night.
LeBron was cooking.
I said free throw.
Oh, okay.
Free throw.
Oh, okay. Hey.
Yeah.
Now, what did I do wrong?
All right. I'm sorry. Hey.
Take a shot. Tell me this, though. I mean, seriously, tell me this. But who played worse? Because I watched most of the Nets games. Now, admittedly, they're playing, I think, a team that's better than Golden State in Milwaukee. But all this talk about what they can do without, and I don't want Kyrie on either, but they still have flaws on that team, too, on the Nets.
Yeah. They're missing a piece or two. I still think I believe that they'll figure it out. Even if Kyrie doesn't come back, they'll figure out to be one of the championship contenders. But they're beatable without Kyrie. With Kyrie, I thought they were unbeatable, but they're beatable. Absolutely.
And Big Al, our dear friend, not concerned about the Lakers at all. Lakers did not look awful last night. They didn't look anything remotely close to awful. I think Golden State looked really good. I have concerns about the Lakers, namely, so are we just going to do that? Like, are they're going to be going small a lot because DeAndre's gassed, and I don't know what I don't know that 13 minutes is the cap that DeAndre Jordan can give you. I don't know how much more than 13 minutes he can give you, but I don't think he's going to be a game changer for this team.
No.
I don't know that Dwight can rekindle what he did a couple of seasons ago when he was here with the Los Angeles Lakers and they win a title. So if we're looking at essentially between Jordan and Bazemore in the starting lineup, we're working with Carmelo and I guess I don't know, Avery Bradley, Malik Monk. If that's the rotation of guys we're working with, I have some concerns there. But ultimately, I think those guys are going to be able to win you more games than they're going to lose you.
They'll be getting Horton Tucker back too, who I think is better than all those guys you just named. Bazemore.
Okay, yeah.
Monk, I still like my boy.
You do love Monk, yep.
And I like what Avery Bradley brings to the table, but Bazemore is the one that, like, man, he don't need to be in the starting lineup. And I think that's where Horton Tucker would be. So, this team's going to take time to figure it out. But look, Damian, I know you don't want to talk about it.
Oh, boy.
But they going to have to figure something out with Russ.
Yeah, you're right. I don't want to talk about it. 916-349-1320. Let's go to Disco Tim. Disco Tim, what's going on, buddy?
You don't come with them good vibes.
You already know.
My fellas, I just wanted to send you greetings and blessings. Today is the day where the team from the very heartland of the Sacramento Valley will emerge and come out into the league and just start a whole new dialogue of what Sacramento basketball is all about.
Yeah, let's go, Disco.
This is no time for any bad vibes on Marvin Bagley.
Oh.
That's his team saying some nasty things, and we don't know what's going on. So let's just give the boy a break. He's just a kid. Who knows what's going to happen? We don't know. It's just up in the air. He's just not starting opening night. Who knows? All I know is I'm so excited. I can barely breathe. Love you guys. Let's go, King.
Let's go.
Love you.
Let's go. I got Disco Tim getting in here. Let's go. That's what I like to see here on opening night, baby. We ready. Now the whole Marvin Bagley thing, I ain't even worried about it.
Okay. I was going to say, I think you might be a little wrong on that about it being just not starting tonight. I don't think Luke pulled Marvin aside and said, hey, buddy, you're not starting game one. And that was the end of the conversation. I don't think that's how that conversation went. I don't know for sure. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Jesse says, Disco Tim giving off some serious Big E vibes.
Don't you dare be sour.
Clap for your Sacramento Kings.
And feel the power.
We sure have talked about
today.
Yes, it is. We've talked about Davion Mitchell a lot today, and I think we could have we will have a conversation about De'Aaron Fox. But like, we're so excited about Davion. Have we already moved on from Tyrese Halliburton? Is Tyrese like Tyrese was the homecoming king last year? Are we?
No, absolutely not. We have not. Oh man, Tyrese is still that dude. He's one of the reasons why we are so optimistic about this team. We love Tyrese. We love them. We love all three of them guys, man. Them together.
Yeah.
Put together. What did Busta Rhymes say in Higher Learning? When you bring this fist together. That's the Kings backcourt. When you put them all together, they just about to be ready to smack people up.
Only line I remember from Higher Learning is, "Oh, you're a super duper senior." That's the line. That's the line. And also how horrible of an actress Tyra Banks is. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Oh, it's like, wow, y'all. No one thought to edit that out. Y'all just thought, man, that's good quality acting right there. Oh, that's terrible. So terrible.
I haven't seen Higher Learning in a long time.
Me either.
Wow.
That's not the most rewatchable movie.
Nah.
Because like, if you already don't have enough reason to hate Michael Rappaport, you watch that and you go, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Really hate the dude now.
Yeah. It's on sight when I see him just because of that movie. That's like in Low Down Dirty Shane, how Jada Pinkett, her character would see the guy in the soap opera in real life, be mad at him.
Yeah.
That's how these actors are.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. She's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We are so happy that you're here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We appreciate those listening on the Odyssey app, where you can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. James Ham set to join us 30 minutes from now. I assure you, you do not want to miss that conversation. And James is going to be with us. He's going to get here at 2:30, and he's going to be with us the rest of the show. He ain't going nowhere.
Breaking news.
Oh, my.
It's confirmed.
Okay.
Blue check mark on this one.
Okay.
selected to the NBA's 75th anniversary team?
Derrick Rose. Let's go.
Michael Jordan.
You're an idiot, dude. I swear. Like, why is this coming? But why is this happening?
They're like rolling. I feel like they're rolling them out.
But I thought they were doing a show though. I thought they were doing a show at 3:00. Yeah. What did it like yesterday didn't work? So they're just going to start leaking the names out now.
I guess so. Now I'm seeing some of this stuff from like almost a day ago, but in the last hour, you got Magic, James Worthy, Wilt Chamberlain, Jerry West, Larry Bird, and Michael Jordan.
I mean, nothing. It's not like, oh my gosh, this person doesn't deserve to be on there. I do believe George Mikan is still on the list, by the way. Hey, I don't want to upset our friend who called yesterday. George Mikan has made contributions to the league, and will definitely not diminish that. That was our man Craig. Craig, my bad. I'm not going to diminish it. But
should I tweet this out that Michael Jordan made?
That's a fun. That'd be a funny hashtag king. You were wondering about Robert Parrish, though. Robert Parrish made the list.
Damn, Robert Parrish on the list, huh?
Yeah.
Good.
ESPN today continued the announcement. 75. All right. Well, there you have it. I need them to make so. There's only two names I'm watching. Derrick Rose, for the reasons that I stated about him being the only MVP. I think that would be left off, unless of course Russell Westbrook doesn't make it, which I can't imagine. But
yeah, he's got to be on there.
You know how it is. And Luka. Those are the only two names that I'm watching. Luka and Derrick Rose.
For Chris.
And Chris Webber, of course. That's the most important name.
I'm looking for Chris. Hey, did you see that? I don't know if it's a commercial or what, but I saw the behind the scenes of them recreating the like the guys today recreating these moments from
that was
pretty cool.
That was legit. Yeah, that was awesome.
That was really cool.
I'd
be hot if Jesse or anybody in Boston, when you put Tatum in the Kobe jersey, what? I don't like it either. I don't like it either if I was a Celtics fan. Oof.
I feel like a lot of y'all feel this way. Cole jumps in, all caps. He yelling at me. Ain't no way Luka makes it. Okay.
Yeah, they gonna put him on there.
Okay.
Hey, they gonna put him on. And you know what? Like, I don't think he should make it, but he's gonna be on NBA 100 anyway, so it don't matter.
Yeah. Okay. This is my new favorite bit. Chris says Michael Jordan is a case study in petty grudges. I love the case study is the new bit. I'm all for this, by the way. I am 100% all for this. Last night, as we talk about the top 75 players in the league, we saw a lot of them last night. Last night, you talk about case studies. Last night was the case study of having stars on your team. That was a star-driven opening night. And the reason people are making jokes about Russell Westbrook is because he's a star. Anthony Davis, star. We saw that unattainable tier of stars play last night in LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry. Your MVP selection is looking awfully nice right now. With the way that
off that way.
But he had a triple-double, and damn it, triple-doubles win MVPs in my book. And then you have Giannis, James Harden, Kevin Durant, all of those guys as well. And when you see, even in the two teams that lost, when you see the high level of basketball that was played last night, it just screams the importance of having a star on your team. And De'Aaron obviously isn't, and no one is, by the way, except the names already mentioned, Giannis, KD, LeBron, Steph. No one is in that tier except for those guys. But De'Aaron Fox has the ability to be a top star in the league.
Yes.
And the success of this team completely rides on that. And we saw it last year. Can you imagine And this is where it gets tough, because I just feel for De'Aaron in this sense of like, man, is what we saw during that couple of months stretch before he got COVID and was shut down for the season, is that De'Aaron Fox? Like, is that the real De'Aaron Fox? Because if it is, that guy starting with this group that's a good basketball team.
Yes.
But I think the question is still out there is that De'Aaron 82 games a season? Is that who that guy is?
And that's the knock. It's
not a knock. I'm not knocking. I was like, we don't know.
No, it's not. It's for the people that knock De'Aaron. And there are
okay. I got you. I'm sorry.
that I know that I respect that knock De'Aaron. There's people that I don't respect that knock De'Aaron, but I'm not here to talk about them. There's people that I respect that knock De'Aaron.
Get your coffee order in.
Give me a latte.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. They're like, De'Aaron is unbelievably talented. He has the talent and the capability to do what we saw in the second half of the season every single night, but he don't bring it every night. That's what the people will say. They'll say he doesn't bring it every night. Some nights you don't even know he's out there on the floor. And I think that's the next level for him, to know that 22, 23 points on a night, that's the floor. It's the bare minimum. He needs to, like, when somebody says, yo, Fox went off, that's when he has like 35. When they're like, Fox was just, around tonight. That means he had 22, 23, 24. Bare minimum. That's what it needs to be for Fox every single night. He can, and they could still win because I think they're a better team this year. But for him to be the star that we're talking about, he can't have nights where he has 16 points. Like, that's unacceptable. That's not good enough.
And he recognized it. He said as much, right? Was that on the All the Smoke podcast? He said that on something where he was like, I can't have an off night.
Yeah.
Nope. I feel like we just can't use that term anymore. Is it? I can't have a down game. I can't have the game that you were just referring to right there.
Yeah. 16, 17 points, that's not good enough.
Yeah.
Like, that's unacceptable for a person with his skill set and with what he can do. And he's got to, and he says he has, but he's got to understand that it's got to be 20 plus every single night. And then if I'm really going off, we talking 30 plus, close to 40. That's when I'm going off. You know what I'm saying? But to be on that level, like a Dame and Steph and be those type of guys, James Harden at the point guard position, hell, even Trae Young now. Like, it's got to be 16, 17 points. That's a bad night for me.
We getting a 50 burger from De'Aaron this year? What's his high? Because it's close to 50, right?
Like 43, 45, something.
That's
like
what
that.
I was thinking. 43.
He got it last year against New Orleans. Yeah, 40 something. We could. I would. That's a good question right there. Let us know in the chat. Call in. Let us know. Is De'Aaron Fox giving us 50 at any point this year?
Who was the last king? What was Buddy's big? What was the Kobe game? That was 40 something, but it wasn't 50, right? Was DeMarcus the last player to get 50?
I think so, for sure. Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Not exactly sure if they've got a couple of people talking in here. 44 was the high. Oh, I missed it.
Yeah.
I missed it.
My mistake. I can make a mistake.
That's all right.
Give me a little Sterling room. Give me a little Sterling.
Yeah, I got you.
Now, what did I do wrong?
It's getting ridiculous.
Thank you.
It's really ridiculous.
Thank you.
This is ridiculous, man. Ridiculous.
What do you
feel like
55 that night?
Oh my gosh. I think I was thinking 54 or 55. Fox's career high is 44, according to super producer Jesse. 44 for De'Aaron.
Yeah, I think Fox.
I need a king to drop 50.
Yeah, I think Fox can do it. I think Fox might give us.
Well, Buddy's capable. It's just, he's Buddy Steph, like we could, or Steph Buddy, like we. Now he is legitimately capable. By the way, I absolutely believe that he can get hot. But the thing, I think with Buddy would have to score 50 and a half Like, I've never seen Buddy's fire translate into another half before.
Well, the other thing with Buddy, he'd have to hit like 24 threes or whatever that would come. He's not taking no twos.
Well, and he ain't taking no free throws.
Yeah. So Buddy, I will say right now, he is not capable of scoring 50 because he don't do nothing but shoot threes. He'd have to be like 21 of 35.
Okay, he's gonna score 60. He's gonna hit 23s in a game for the record. It's gonna be a record right there. But to bring this all full circle, all kidding aside, De'Aaron is that guy. He has to be the LeBron and Anthony Davis. He has to be the James Harden and the Kevin Durant. Like he is so important to this team in a league that is so star driven. And Jalen Green, Cade Cunningham, how those two organizations change over the course of the next few years because of guys. I mean, I think we believe those guys are stars.
Yep.
They're certainly labeled with, future stars in the league. Yep. Those are things that Houston's banking on. Those are things Detroit's banking on. When Monty threw that Tatum contract in front of him, I told you how I feel about Jason Tatum this year. There's no other subplot to the Boston Celtics anymore.
Right.
It's Jason Tatum. This is his year. This is his season. He is the straw that stirs the drink, if you will. Oh, I was looking at my KC shirt that I'm about to make over at DLoKC.com. But he's that guy. That's De'Aaron here in Sacramento.
This is his time, man. Like you just mentioned, this is the year where we look at De'Aaron differently. The league looks at De'Aaron differently. Like, yo, this guy, he might be next. You know what I'm saying? Like when Dame and Steph go, it's in De'Aaron's. Right now they look at Ja Morant that way. I think this is the year for De'Aaron Fox to say, no, you need to look at me this way. I think he'll do it too.
Okay.
Confident.
Well, we look at James Ham that way, and he's going to join us at the bottom of the hour.
James Ham.
Whoa.
Anxious to see what he's talking about. Glad to have him on. Anxious to see what he's talking about.
Yeah, he is, as a lot of people are aware of, James' situation changed a little bit since the last time he was with us. And he's got some things he's want to talk about, and I've got some things I've got to ask him. And I'm going to press him on a couple of things, and I'm anxious to talk to James when he joins us. Kings fans, you don't want to miss this. The bottom of the hour, James Ham will be with us, and you want to be here at 2:30. I assure you of that. We're going to touch on a couple of really quick things outside of the NBA and then dive back into the Kings, and we're going to do that next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yes, indeed.
You doing the show?
Yeah.
I didn't have you ready. Sorry. 13th and
13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. And I got to talk about our guy, Anthony Joshua, AJ, coming over here to the States and working with Ronnie Shields. Now, Ronnie Shields is the trainer for Maul. Yeah, I think Jamal Charlo. Derek James is Mel's trainer. So Ronnie Shields, trainer for Jamal Charlo. He's been in the Charlo's corner since they were little pups, little lions, right? And AJ has come over to the States and says, I need his words were, I need some dog. People don't think I have that dog in me. I need to go out there and get some dog. Now, the question remains, can you create that dog? I don't know. I even think he says, people don't think I have dog in me. I need somebody to get it out. And maybe that's where he's going to Ronnie Shields for. But I think the people that have been working with Anthony Joshua so far, they've taken him as far as they can take him. I think he does need a new voice. I think he does need a different style, you know what I mean, with what he's trying to do if he wants to get back into the heavyweight championship spotlight. Because what he has right now, it's not enough. It's not enough. So I like the move to come and work with Ronnie Shields. I like the move to come work with the Charlos. Well, he's not working with the Charlos, but they're in there. They're showing love. They're taking pictures, things of that nature. And Anthony Joshua probably sees this the way he should see it, is that this is his chance. This is his opportunity. And he's only got one shot left. He already took one of those shots and was able to recover when he lost to Andy Ruiz. Now, if he wants to get back into the real championship picture against the Usyks and the Furies, he's going to need a little something different. He went to Ronnie Shields, and we'll see if Anthony Joshua has that dog in him, if Ronnie Shields can get it out of him. So I'm rooting for AJ. I like AJ. We'll see what happens with him. That's the 13th round here with Kenny Caraway. I agree. Now he said he has it in him. He needs somebody to get it out of him. This is true. This is true. JR, I thought I heard a little something about that, about Errol being back. Errol, Joshua Wilder will be fantastic. Yeah, I think so too. We don't know. He's got dog, but we don't know what was taken out of Wilder in these last two fights. He got a beating the last two fights. Those type of beatings, sometimes they change you. I'll say this: being around Eddie Hearn, I don't know if he's gonna tell him what AJ needed to hear. I don't know. Woo!
I just put this up on the screen. If y'all want to go to DeloandCasey.com, if y'all want to cop the long sleeve tee with the big old logo on it, or if you're more of the hoodie type with a slightly smaller logo, go black right there. Ooh, Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want. I don't even, y'all see, man, we starting to build a nice little variety of collections here with the black bottle collection, the rosé up there. We got them joggers.
We got a lot of different things, man. A lot of different things.
This is literally your, hey, what is that? There it is. It's the Chatty House collection. Let's go. Hola, hola, hey.
Y'all can't see,
buddy. We're so happy that you're here with us as the Sacramento Kings tip off their season tonight in Portland. And we have got you covered with the best Kings coverage all year long. The takeover is in full effect and it continues. James Ham joining us here at the bottom of this hour. He's got an announcement to make, and we're going to let him make that announcement right here on the James Ham Show, as we've dubbed it. And he's joining us a little bit early. Normally he's with us around 3 o'clock on Wednesdays.
Mm-hmm.
He's jumping on a little bit early because we got a lot to talk about.
There's a lot to talk about. It's opening night, man.
Let's go.
It's opening night, baby.
Let's go. Real quick, just a couple of things to touch on. I know. You could avert your ears if you'd like to. It was a hell of a baseball game last night.
I saw that moment.
It looked like it was. I thought we were trending towards over.
Yeah, he saved the season.
That's legit. That's legit.
What happens after this, we don't know. Well, we probably do know because it's Atlanta, and everything in Atlanta goes wrong. So this is just another chapter of everything going wrong for Atlanta sports. So we probably do know what's going to happen at this point. But yeah.
Well, don't hold back, buddy. All right. There you have it.
You can never count on Atlanta to do anything sports-wise. Never.
Won't argue. Not going really well for Cleveland either. Baker Mayfield out tomorrow for the game versus the Broncos. Add Case Keenum's name to the famous quarterback jersey there in Cleveland, as Case Keenum will be getting the start. He's got a torn labrum. And I get, they were like, if it was Sunday, he'd play. He's got a torn labrum. Oof. I somehow he's going to be back playing. I don't know.
That seems like it would hurt when you try to.
We saw the Nets last night. James Harden was asked post game about not having his contract extension signed yet, and essentially he said, "Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm good. I ain't going nowhere. It'll get done." But there's I do.
Yeah, I think
this is what he wanted, right? Why is he going to bail now? I mean, you know, the Kyrie situation notwithstanding, and it doesn't appear Kyrie's gonna play with the Nets again. If now he could get vaccinated, he could be back this year. I'm talking about in the future. I don't think Kyrie is back with Brooklyn in any way, shape, or form, even if he does wind up back this season.
Do you?
Because I think Brooklyn put it out there that they weren't going to offer a contract extension, right?
Yeah.
I took that as like we're not offering it. Period. We're not offering it for now. Yeah.
Have your feelings changed at all about my hypothetical?
Give me that hypothetical again.
Bagley and Buddy to Brooklyn for Kyrie, and let Kyrie sit out.
I guess I don't care if you want to. I guess like that's your salary dump. You're just getting rid of Buddy. You're getting rid of the $60 million moving forward because you believe Terrence Davis can play the role of Buddy Hield, and that's fine. And Bagley, that appears to be completely inconsequential and doesn't matter at this point, anyways. He might as well be Kyrie Irving at this point. Sure.
Wow.
I mean, yeah. I don't. I guess. I don't even like. What would and I guess and I missed this because I think we were. I don't know if we were still on the air or if we were just messing around on the live stream. But I feel like didn't Adam Silver say yesterday? Yeah, this really isn't an NBA issue as it pertains. And I understand he's 100% right. It's not an NBA issue, but with something like you're proposing there with the salary dump, is that something where maybe he's got to get involved a little bit and be like, okay, how can we work with all parties here?
He could, and we hear a lot. I see a lot of people in the chat. Maybe they didn't see the idea in depth when I mentioned it, but when I say bring back Kyrie, it's assuming Kyrie doesn't play a second for the Kings.
Right.
He doesn't.
What Kenny's talking about is getting
whatever.
You're talking about a very literal salary dump, and it allows Kyrie Irving just to become a free agent next year and do whatever he wants to anyways. All it does is get $60 million off the books for the Kings. That's it. And Brooklyn has Buddy.
It gets Buddy and Bagley. Maybe they believe and want to give him a shot.
Boy. Yeah. Good luck to not to Marvin. I wish Marvin all the luck in the world.
Yeah.
Good luck to the crew though. Let's go ahead. Go at Brooklyn fans. Like some of y'all were going at Sacramento fans yesterday. Now, some of you might not know that Team Bagley was going at Sacramento fans because those tweets were quickly deleted. But Kings fans, being the savvy group, were just fam, you just deleted like 7 texts, man. Or 7 tweets? What are you doing?
Did Bagley no favors? Zero favors.
Absolutely none. A masterclass.
Never had to go down this way. It could have been a lot different. You know what I'm saying? Could have been a lot different, but they choose violence and combativeness all the time.
They choose stupidity.
That too.
It's like here and it's headed by it's headed by Jeff Schwartz. I didn't see Jeff Schwartz getting dragged today, and I guess he's not going to get dragged because this is Sacramento, and it's like Sacramento is like they're Eminem in the final scene of 8 Mile. Tell these people something they don't know about me. Like, yeah, dude, we know the team has been incompetent for the better part of a decade and a half. We know they've made some horrible decision, not the least of which, by the way, was your client.
Right.
We know that this team has been an absolute disaster. You can't hurt our feelings with this. You guys haven't made the playoffs in 15 years. We live it. Like, dude, we know.
And once again, that has nothing to do with what happened here. Like, that has nothing to do with it. Marvin Bagley wasn't able to stay healthy, in my opinion, and I'll speak for myself only. He wasn't tough enough mentally and physically and emotionally to carry the baggage and get past it to get this team where they hoped he would lead them. Like, that's the crazy thing. Like, him and his team and everybody's so mad at the Kings. Fam, we needed you to get where we wanted to get, and you couldn't produce.
Right.
You couldn't get it done. Tyra Banks, we believed in you. We were rooting for you. You couldn't get it done. Simple as that. So that's not what happened. The Kings didn't do anything to Marvin Bagley. They didn't do anything to Marvin Bagley. And if I'm wrong, they can say on here in DMs, whatever, what really happened. And I'm open to listen, but they didn't do anything to Marvin Bagley.
No one
screwed Marvin.
Nice reference right there. Well done, my friend. That is a quality wrestling reference. I'm very, very pleased with you in that scenario right there. Let's bring in our man. He looks like he's getting situated. I don't want to bring him in too early. Like, we bring our man James Ham in here. James, what's happening, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you?
I'm good.
Let's go.
Opening day. This is the day, right? This is where sort of the mud meets the road, I guess. I mean, this is one of those days where hope springs eternal until it doesn't.
Yes,
and so,
yes, indeed. Is there any chance it doesn't today? Like, is there a situation that could happen tonight where it goes like, oh, here we go?
Like the wheels fall off the bus? Yeah. I mean, you look
good.
at
It could happen first night.
The first game of the season 2 years ago, the Kings got ran over by the Phoenix Suns, and with, I don't know, something like 3 minutes left in the game, Kelly Oubre went Kung Fu Joe on Marvin Bagley and broke his hand and broke his thumb. And so that was the start of something that you could tell was like, oh boy, here we go.
And I think it concluded yesterday.
Yeah. Oh boy, here we go. Like that's where we're at, right? It's it's a strange situation, right? We're gonna have to see how that one plays out. But I've got some interesting ideas on that. So yeah, I'm sure we'll touch on that.
Oh no, we'll definitely touch on it, James, because I've got some questions that I'm gonna ask you, and I'm gonna press you on them a little bit, and I'm anxious to hear what you have to say. But your situation has changed a little bit since the last time that you were with us. So Kenny and I want to fall back a little bit and let you have the floor and talk.
Yeah, I put it out on Twitter on Friday that after 6 years that NBC has decided to no longer have the Kings Insider position. So they're not going to cover the team like they have in the past with an on-site journalist there every single day. It's a big change for me. But in this business, you got to roll with the punches because that's what this business is all about. It's about reinventing yourself multiple times. It's about figuring out new ways to reach the people that follow you and that trust your work. And so for me, it started out a little unnerving, but I've had a few weeks to process it, which is kind of the way these things go. And I'm excited for what's new. And, there's going to be a lot of exciting things coming up for me because, again, I'm one of those guys that, if you still have a passion for this, then you forge ahead. If not, this business is too tough and it's too much work. It's too much strain on your family and your dietary habits and your back. It's just too much. You're working 60 to 80 hours a week during the season. If you don't have a passion for it, if you don't love it, then it's time to leave. And to be honest with you, I still have that passion. I still have that drive to bring people the latest and greatest on Sacramento Kings. So you've seen a change in my Twitter habits over the last few weeks. You see me do more long form tweet threads, doing a lot more video. And I'm going to keep an ear out for what the fans want. How do you want this team to be covered? Because when I started in 2010, it was just different. And I think we're at a point now where, people digest information in like 240 characters and videos that are less than 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Thank you, Twitter, for those things. Thanks, Twitter, for going up from 160 characters. So we at least get 220 now, or 240, whatever it is. But I think what it does is it opens doors, right? It opens doors that maybe you didn't think were there, or that you couldn't step through before because of contractual obligations. And so I guess that brings me to this. Like, I'm super excited to write and to get the podcast started again. But I'm also really, really excited to announce that I'm joining you guys. That I'm gonna,
sir.
Come on,
yes, sir.
Let's go.
Yeah. So like every answer that I give you all the time is always long, and the long answer is I am officially joining my friends here at 1320, and I couldn't be more excited. We're gonna figure out how that changes, what the roles are changing, and what we do and how we do it. But you got a full-time beat writer on staff now. And I'm going to be part of what you guys are doing. And I'm super excited. I love the content that you guys bring. I love the personality. I mean, again, this is the new way that things happen. You have to be able to change in this industry. And if you don't, then you get left behind. And so for me, I couldn't be more excited. I think you guys are wonderful. I think you guys have a way to reach a different fan base and a way to really like tell a story that's different. And so you're going to hear me say that a lot, that it's going to be different. And that's because I want it to be different. I want this time around to be a lot different. And some of my stuff will be independent. Some of my stuff will be through you, but it's going to be mine, and it's going to be something I'm passionate about and that I'm driving behind. And so I'm excited for the new adventure. My family's excited for a new adventure. And, I couldn't be more excited to be with you guys.
This is awesome. It's awesome. I got to get more air horns to that boy, James. 1320. Let's go, man. I've been a big fan of James' work for such a long time, man. And, now talking to him every week and hearing him dissect the Kings and picking his brain, it reiterates what I already thought, before we started the show. And it doesn't get better covering the Sacramento Kings and James Ham. When you talk about things that are going on currently, when you talk about having a history and a knowledge for the game, it absolutely does not get any better than having James Ham covering the Sacramento Kings. And I'm ecstatic that you with the bad guys now. All right, you're over here at 1320 with us now, man. This is awesome. Great day. Great day.
It is. And James, I think the world of you. We're thrilled. This is such a big deal for ESPN. You did some stuff with Whitey and Mark in the past, and you know that like there has never really been like a full local presence with ESPN 1320 in the community before, the way that other station does. And for us, you are now, I think Kenny and I, and what we've been able to do with YouTube and Twitch and the chat house and everything, and all of the work that we put into working with the people who listen to this radio station has been a blast. It's been a lot of fun, but we knew that there was always something we were missing. And when you called that day, we had just done a radio hit, and, James, like, I don't know if I ever mentioned this on the air, James just called one day after we had done a phone interview. You were on your way to the game, and we were talking a little bit further about the things we were talking about the day before. And you just mentioned, I really enjoyed that. I'd love to do more with you guys. And that was kind of the start of, the James Ham show. And we've always felt like we were just missing like one little thing here at ESPN 1320. And I'm very confident when I say you're it. Yeah. You are what we were missing. And we're thrilled that you're here. Your content, your connections, your ability to talk about this basketball team that we all love so much, second to none. You are the man, my friend, and we legitimately could not be more excited that you're here.
Well, I thank you guys for all the kind words. I mean, again, this isn't it's not a job that you you're going to get famous at. It's a job that you go out and you work hard and you grind and you do your thing every day. But I love talking Kings basketball, and I have for a long time. And I never thought I would like writing it, but I have thoroughly enjoyed writing it. And to be honest, like, again, like, this is the way things have to go. I enjoyed my time at NBC. I had a great time. I met some incredible people over my 6 years there, and there's no hard feelings. I get it. I cover a team that has lost and hasn't made the playoffs in 15 consecutive seasons. And that's a lot of time. It's a tough pill to swallow. If you're an employer and you keep pumping money into something, but at the end of the day, like, this is, you got to be adaptable, and I'm super adaptable, and like, just all of it. I'm excited to do a lot of things that I'm really passionate about within this business. That I just, when you're working for someone else, you have to follow their lead. And now I'm going to get to be creative again, and I like that. It's going to take some of the reins off of where I've been for quite some time.
Wow. No, I'm just happy. Look, James, I might just have you talk for the next hour and a half. I just want to hear James. Come on, let's go.
And a lot of this stuff, like, when James told me about the situation at NBC, it was I don't even know. I may have mentioned it to you. I hung up the phone right away, called Danny in San Francisco. I said, James Ham is available. Like, I never would have guessed this in a million years, but James is available. We need to do something immediately. So this has been in the works for a while. We're happy that we can announce it here on the show. More to come, including where your writing will be. We're going to get the James Ham, like we like to call this the James Ham podcast. This is the James Ham show. We're going to get the legit James Ham podcast set up, and we're going to get James Ham continuing to bring you the absolute best Kings coverage here on ESPN 1320 as we enter this new season.
We got to get James Ham about McQueen too, by the way.
Oh, that James, this
Mando.
whole line,
Mando,
right behind me. We got you, buddy. We're gonna lace up that James. Now that you're part of the team, we're gonna teach you about For the Culture. We're gonna stretch your references out a little bit, and
Yes.
we're gonna get you set up with some Luke Belair and the whole line of McQueen and Bumbu and that stuff behind me to add to the prestigious James Ham bar that you're sitting in right now.
I think you're gonna have to make. You'll have to make flashcards like this is Rick Ross.
No problem.
This is the difference between hip hop and rap. You're gonna have to make flashcards here and there. I mean, it is what it is.
We got you.
Yeah.
Cap is a lie, James. I need you to use that in a sentence at any point today. Cap.
Okay.
Yep. If you can work that into Luke Walton's media availability, just come on, Luke. Like, we know Jeff Schwartz. Like, that was Cap, right? Like, if you could get that worked in somehow, we'll know that's a nod to your friends over here at ESPN 1320.
I was on set while I was on set while we had to. While they had to teach us what drip meant. Me and Jerry Reynolds, and Jerry's like, okay, so how do I use it in a sentence? And I'm like, okay, I like your drip. Like, okay, now I got it. Like, that's the only way. Like, we'll just stick with that. Like, we're not gonna go sideways with it. We're just gonna keep it right there and simple.
We got you, James. We got you.
So I'm sorry, I got a follow-up question. Who was teaching you and Jerry about what drip is?
Had to have been Tanika.
No, to be honest with you, it was probably John Wilson who.
Oh yeah, John.
Who was talking to us, or it was, or they had explained to Cozumore what we were going to talk about. So Jim Cozumore was explaining to us, which again, that's the blind leading the blind in this discussion. But it is what it is. And it started with, the Kings would take pics of the guys coming down the stairs to the back entrance to the locker room. So
a drip wall.
Yeah.
That's what they call it, like a drip wall or something with that Kings logo in the background.
Yeah, exactly. So
I just thought we need that at the new ESPN 1320 studio.
Ooh,
We need a drip ball.
All right.
Yo, I know Danny in San Francisco. This is the one time in about 4 weeks I know Danny in San Francisco is listening. Danny, relate us to the people who this needs to be relayed to. We need a drip roll at the new joint in Roseville.
Yeah.
And this is accurate, Bryce. We're going to get James Ham a shirt over at DeLoandCasey.com for sure.
That's
so. James, anything else you want to touch on before we move forward?
Because we got some stuff to dive into.
Yep, we do.
Yeah. I mean, look, I've got some exciting stuff coming. It's not easy to shift gears and create these things while you're continuing to beat right. But there's going to be some cool stuff. I've already been writing, and you're going to see some interesting stuff. And look, if you like what I've done over the years, then like this is a world we're in. Like everyone's going to support everybody here, and we're going to figure this thing out. And I can't wait. I can't wait to do like happy hours with Kings fans, and I can't wait to really expand and do a lot of different things. Where you guys. For a long time, like, my wife is an attorney. Like when we would go to attorney functions, like I'm almost like a party favor. Like all the guys want to talk sports. And so like I have like a huddle with a bunch of people talking sports and just the weird stuff. But like, I think that those are things like I want to drop the third wall a little bit on what coverage is and what it can be and what it should be and how we move forward. And so I'm excited to do it. I'm excited to let people into the world that I'm in a little bit more and to tell stories and have a good time and sit back and, again, like create content that people want as opposed to content that doesn't make sense anymore. You're not going to get game recaps from me anymore. You're not going to get pregame. You're not going to get injury reports. I'm going to use Twitter and social media to really drive that stuff. Because I think that's how people digest information now. But, I'm going to give you long form, thoughtful stuff about the people that you guys are interested in.
Nice.
Well, let's ride. Let's talk a little bit.
Yeah, let's do this.
Let's talk about Marvin Bagley. Let's get back. Let's go to what happened yesterday. We pointed out on the show, James, the video that you tweeted of Marvin at practice. You talked about how he had really been feeling the vibe of the whole team, and the show hadn't even gone off the air before XL Sports and Jeff Schwartz, put out that statement about what Marvin had been told about his role for tomorrow night. I felt like it was probably his role moving forward, or tonight, excuse me, for his role moving forward. Mm-hmm. What happened in that time frame, and what's happened over the last few weeks with Marvin Bagley and the Kings?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing that I'll say is, from everything I know, that wasn't new information. That wasn't new information for Marvin, and it probably wasn't new information for his agent. And so, like, I've heard people, Marvin got beat out for a job. That's not really the case. Marvin got hurt, and that slowed him down and other people stepped ahead of him. That is also not the case. Marvin Bagley asked to be traded during the offseason. And that's not the first time that there's been murmurs behind the scenes. I mean, we got to it wasn't even like January, and his dad was calling Dave Yeager Coach Yogurt on Instagram, and demanding that he play in the fourth quarter. This has been a process that's happened throughout the years where, the Bagleys haven't been extremely happy about his role or what's happening here. And at the same time, the Kings haven't been extremely happy that he's played in 52% of the games that he's been eligible to play in. And so, I think that I know that the Kings tried to move him at the trade deadline. I know that that they couldn't come up with a deal that made sense for them. And they tried to move him during the summer. And once again, they couldn't find a deal that made sense to them. And I think a lot of people are going to say, we heard things like about value and stuff like that from Jeff Schwartz. And I think, what's missing in that conversation is that Marvin Bagley at this point might have more value to the Sacramento Kings as an $11.8 million expiring contract than he does as a player. And that's unfortunate for Marvin. But it's what's happened here. This is not something that happened overnight. We're talking about, what's he played 56 games in the last 2 years out of possible 144. He just hasn't been able to stay healthy and been on the court. And when we talk about why he isn't in the rotation, it's very simple. The Kings are going to run 3-guard sets all the time. Maybe not like the whole game, but we're talking probably half the time. As long as they can hold up defensively and they can hold up as on the rebounding end, they're going to run 3-guard sets out there. And that means that you have 5 guards between Davion and De'Aaron and Tyrese and Buddy and Terrence Davis. They're going to be rotating in and out nonstop. They all give you a different look. And what that does is it allows Luke Walton to shift both Harrison Barnes and Mo Harkless to the 4. And that is where Marvin Bagley plays. And the problem that Marvin has is that he just is not versatile enough right now as a player to play a consistent stretch 4 position, to defend the position, to defend smaller guys, to rotate. And again, if you're running 3 guards, that means that there's going to be times where Harrison gets switched on to a much bigger player or a much smaller player, just depending on the team you're going against. And the other position Marvin could play is to shift over and play some 5. And you got 3 guys who, all of which are much better defenders than Marvin is. If you look at Rashawn Holmes, he's he shoots he finished 2nd in the league in field goal percentage. Tristan Thompson is a road grader. Alex Len is your tall guy who's going to protect the rim. So it's not that, again, I don't think Marvin did anything wrong in this situation. He didn't want to be here. That might be the one thing that he did wrong. But then it's just the circumstances in Sacramento have changed. This is the style of offense you're going to play. This is the type of defense you want to play. And he's going to be the odd man out. And I'll say this too, people get so caught up in where he was drafted and all that stuff. And I believe Tristan Thompson was a 4th pick in the draft. And I think Alex Len was the 5th pick in the draft. They're all high draft picks. But in the NBA, you have this problem that young players come in and they all think that they're going to be stars. And at a certain point when the players that last figure out whether they reach stardom or they don't. And if they don't, how do I stay in the league? What do I do that's different that makes me valuable to a team? Alex Len has figured it out. Tristan Thompson has figured it out. Mo Harkless has figured it out. That is what happens in an NBA career. And I don't think Marvin, because of the injuries, has got to that point where he knows who and what he is. And I'll say, I've told you guys this a bunch of times, Marvin is a tremendous kid. He's a very good guy. I don't mind any of his rap stuff, because if I'm going to call him out for rapping, then I got to call De'Aaron Fox out for playing Call of Duty for 6 hours a day. These guys need vices. They need things outside of the game to pique their interest and keep things going. I think this is just a situation where, number one, Bagley was drafted ahead of 2 All-Stars and you just can't get away from that. Number 2, he's been injured the whole time. Number 3, those injuries have really hurt his development. And number 4, it's not like the feedback coming from that group has been good, from start to finish. So I think that, we talked about, I wrote about this on Twitter. I did a Twitter thread on this. The complexities of the salary cap really play into this decision, I believe, because Marvin Bagley, if he starts, he's got to start 40, I think it's 82 games over the 2 years. So 41, average 41 starts over this year and last. And if he does that, then his qualifying offer is at $14.8 million for next year. And because of his injury history and everything else, there aren't a lot of teams that would trade for a player right now at $11.8 million who has basically a balloon payment of 14.8. In order for him to play for you, you have to extend that qualifying offer to make him a restricted free agent. So if Marvin doesn't reach what's called the starter criteria, which means he doesn't reach the 82 games over a 2-year stretch where he started, then his qualifying offer drops all the way down to $7.22 million, which, to be honest with you, that is the best thing that could happen for everyone involved. Number one, it builds value back into what he is as a player for the Kings, as far as whether they can trade him or not. Because I don't think he's coming back either way. But now you have an $11.8 million player that if you extend a qualifying offer of $7.22 million at next summer, then that's reasonable. And you can build from that. He can rebuild his career from there, right? So in his current situation where he was going to have this gigantic qualifying offer, it's just almost impossible to trade him because the only thing people look at him as in that situation is an expiring contract. Now, if that number drops, now you can trade him and he becomes, maybe a player that you can look at for the final 30 games of the season. And if it really works out, like, hey, let's lock you up. Let's give you at least a qualifying offer. So at least you're back next season and we can match any deal for you. And so again, I think this is one of the most complex situations we've ever seen. And I think some of this stuff all plays into it, for the Kings. Now they're building value back into him. And I think it builds value into Marvin from his side as well, because I just don't, he was going to be starting over at ground zero next summer. If not, there wasn't anyone who's going to extend that qualifying offer for him. And then what does that mean? That means he's an unrestricted free agent. Is he going to have to take a 2-year and make good contract? Or is someone going to invest and figure out what they have here? So it's a tough situation. But at the end of the day, again, Marvin's a good kid. He's got his head on his shoulders. The player we saw walking off the court yesterday, he already knew. It's not like he was told after practice before they got on the plane. He already knew. He has been a good teammate behind the scenes. Whether his agent came out with a chainsaw and just cut the Kings up or not, that really doesn't matter within the walls of that team. They don't care. And if he became a distraction, they've got the players in that locker room to set him down and say, hey, look, enough. We've had enough. And so it's complicated, right? And they can't waive him because, again, he has value as a trade chip. He does. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Wow. Now, so James, real quick, I want to go back a little bit. I want to go back. When all this stuff was going down, it happened with Coach Yeager, but it was really amplified, I feel, last year with, I call him Big Marv, but Marvin Jr. tweeting the things that he tweeted. We had the uncle coming out and tweeting things or on Facebook comments talking about Fox. Was there ever a conversation between, I don't know who it would be, Vivek or Monty or both or whatever, and Marvin Bagley and say, hey, do you feel like this? Is this just your dad and your uncle and the rest of your team wilding out a little bit and doing their thing and they don't speak for you? Or is this how you feel? Or did everybody just kind of let it ride? Because I feel like that's also, I would have had a conversation with Marvin at some point if I was Monty or Vivek and say, hey, do you feel this way? I know you can't control your people around. You can't control what they do on their social medias. But as long as I know if something's going on with you, I can go to you and not have to hear it from them. That's fine. Was there ever any conversation like that?
Yeah, you know what? The Kings like to keep that stuff in-house. And I don't blame them. Clearly people have had conversations with him. And I'll even say this, we think that it's gotten bad, over the last, it's gotten worse. That's not actually the case. If you remember, there was the Chris Haynes article that came out when the Kings were actually starting out really well. And it basically said, it doesn't matter that the Kings have started out really well. Dave Yeager's still on the hot seat. And that came 20 games into the season. And they were like, what in the world? Things are going well. I don't remember exactly. They might've been 13-7 or something, but they had a good start. Right. Mm-hmm. Well, part of that article was from Bagley's camp. And it was they weren't happy that he wasn't starting. And Dave Yeager was very clear, look, there's so much he needs to learn that eventually he will start. That's not going to be a problem. But for right now, the best course of action is for him to learn the game, to play as on the second team. And then, again, that whole situation played out and we got to the end of the season and that fractured that initial report that came out, that fractured the entire front office coach relationship. It wasn't so much that Vlade was super angry with Dave Yeager. It's that Dave Yeager and Brandon Williams could not coexist any longer. Vlade couldn't figure out a way to break the ice between those two. It made a very awkward season where, again, Brandon Williams wasn't allowed to practice. He wasn't allowed to shoot around. I was at a shoot around where we walked in, and all of a sudden it was like, okay, something weird just happened. And Dave had just literally told Brandon Williams to leave the gym. So like it made this situation like untenable. And in the end, you always side with a young player over a coach, and Dave Yeager wasn't brought back for a 4th season. So like there's so many near misses with this team that, you know, if this team would have just brought back Yeager for that next season, would they have made the playoffs that next year? It's possible, you know, like if they wouldn't have hit the reset button here or there, would they have made it? And that's not to say that I think Luke Walton totally screwed up. It's a really interesting situation that just continued to evolve and become more and more of a divisive thing behind the scenes. And I've talked to Fox. He's always said like, hey, I don't have any problems with Marvin Bagley at all. He's like, I like Marvin. Most of the players in the locker room, they like Marvin. I know that that De'Aaron did tell his dad to stop engaging and like, you don't represent me. And when you put that stuff out there, that's representing me. I need you to stop. But that might be the biggest difference between De'Aaron and Marvin. Marvin hasn't ever had that ability to say, look, I got to make my own way, and you need to back off. And I think we all have that situation, right? We've all been in a situation where either you had a parent or someone that wanted to say something and couldn't.
I actually have more questions. Like I really, I'm almost agitated. Like there are more things that I want to ask you about this one in particular, but I want to spend. We got a new season tonight, and whether Marvin Bagley is a part of that or not, I think a lot of us are optimistic about where this team is and where they potentially may be going this year. ESPN 1320 Kings insider James Ham, he's going nowhere. He's with us for the next hour of the show. I do have some follow-up questions to what you just said about Marvin Bagley. I want to dive into those. Then we want to dive into the season. Get your thoughts. Don't go anywhere. You know, if you're on Twitch or YouTube, the show don't stop. If you're on the Odyssey app or 1320 AM, stay put. We're back with more of 1320 Kings insider James Ham here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's ESPN 1320. So I would Danny got me. I had a plan. Danny got me. Danny, you got me. Tag on it.
Real quick.
Yeah, I know. Danny got me. He threw me off. I got to stand up to Danny. That's what it is. He got me. James, that went over huge. I know you were focused on delivering a message. I'm sure you can see the chat house here, but I as soon as you said the words, I had to hit tweet on something I had prepared for ESPN 1320. And like I said, it has gone over very, very, very well. So
sweet.
We're excited.
Yeah. Actually, I haven't, I didn't actually see I didn't know that there were comments. Now I see the private chat and comments. Mine was on the private chat the whole time. So anyway.
Yeah. I normally, and I'll figure out a different way maybe to set up the graphic. Normally we put things on the screen, but when I do, it kind of shifts it off like that. But the response was pretty awesome.
Oh, sweet. Well, that's good. Like I'm excited. Like totally. I'm excited to be here, and like I hope that fans enjoy what we're gonna do. So. Plus, all those bottles are pretty cool back there. I don't know. Like, I'm gonna have to stop by and get like a box, whatever.
Yeah, I got you. My bar when you've got the James Ham. Your bar is the bar that James Ham built. My bar is the bar that McQueen and the Violent Fog built. like I don't have anything on either of the bars downstairs that's not their product. So I have got plenty for you. We'll get you set up here with, but man, this is fun. And I mentioned the studio there, and it's a ways away, but they're building a studio in Roseville.
Oh, nice. Well,
So-
I mean, that's a lot closer to me than it is to drive all the way down to Madison.
Yeah.
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 So no, that's good. So eventually, I'll come in the studio and yeah, I would go in with the Rise guys and I would sit there and like they had a big blue exercise ball and I would sit on an exercise ball and bounce with them. Cause a lot of times they'd be like, hey, you want to come on the show today? I'm like, well, I'm leaving practice right now. I'll just stop by.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know?
there you go. Yeah.
That was before the pandemic stopped us from like being friends.
Yeah.
We're just now people that see each other on Zoom calls.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, do I have 2 seconds to grab my phone? I left my phone.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
If the trade goes down, you need to know.
James getting them Woj alerts. Man, that
texting James KC bombs.
Man. Teaching that I'm all for that. Man, can you imagine working for the other guys right now? Oh, the Lord. Lord. Lord.
Stone Cold ain't walking through that door.
Yeah.
So
Will Z asked the most important question. Is this the end of #King Insider?
absolutely not. We have two different types of insiding. James has the real reporting.
Yeah.
I have the obvious reporting.
Yeah.
Hey, you've done all right with stuff lately. Yeah, I've been intrigued by what you got, you know?
#King.
Today, might be something like sources tell me Marvin Bagley is not in the planned rotation for Luke Walton today. #King.
I'm gonna tweet or you could tweet #King. Marvin Bagley asked for a trade. It's just not even credit James Ham. Like I feel like that's what so many of these other things do.
That's exactly what they do.
Like, man. All right, we're coming back, guys. We told y'all it was the takeover.
Ooh.
You know what it is, man. We here. NBA Kings Insider James Ham with us, 1320 Kings Insider James Ham here with us. If you're just tuning in, you missed the announcement that James Ham now with us here at ESPN 1320. And that was a hell of a start to your tenure. James has been a part of the show for a very long time. That was a hell of a start to your official tenure here with 1320. As you just, you laid a lot of things out with Marvin Bagley that I think some of us are hearing on the record for the very first time. And I had mentioned, by the way, for those in the chat house, for those who are listening to the show, I told him I was going to press James Ham on a few things.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out I didn't have to. James just said it all. But there's one thing that stuck in my head that I can't get over. And it's the video that you put out. And it's you saying, when you took that video and you posted it on social media, Marvin knew. Like the news that we got yesterday that Marvin wasn't going to be a part, at least of tonight's rotation. That wasn't news to Marvin. So how the hell did his agency fire that tweet off?
Yeah, I mean, that's on them. Like at the end of the day,
that is such a colossal lack of judgment. Like that is horrible. That is a lack of good. That's awful.
Yeah, like again, like the problem that you have is that Schwartz is huge. I mean, he has so many clients. Yeah, I mean, and that's part of the NBA game, right? You need to make sure that you play nice some of the time with some of these guys because they hold the keys. We're seeing what the power of Rich Paul happening in Philadelphia. Like, did the Kings make like a miscalculation here? Maybe a little bit, but at the same time, like they've got to do what's best for them. And I think this just signals that they're ready to move forward. But I was confused as to how this was going to play out a little bit, because if we get to game one and Marvin doesn't play, then like the first question in post game of Luke is, hey, how come Marvin didn't play? Is he not in the rotation?
Yeah.
And then Luke would have had to answer, and Luke could have said, well, we're still, he's just getting back from a knee, whatever. But that's not the way they chose to do it. I think that they were upfront with him, and I think they've been upfront with him for a while. I got the feeling like I knew that he was not part of the rotation maybe like 10 days ago. And so like I've like made subtle hints about that. But like we now know, so it's not like we can really go backwards at this point. So like it was one of those things that was kind of the quiet thing behind the scenes. It's like, look, it's just a bad fit. And it's a bad fit because we're not going to run a bunch of post-ups. We're not going to do that. And, Marvin can shoot the three, but is he a corner three guy? Is he going to be over there sitting in the corner? And can he hold his own defensively? And can he be even remotely close to as good as the other three guys that you have that are going to play at that option or the other five guys? And the answer is no, defensively. And so it's just a weird situation. Again, agents do what agents do. Like I've had plenty of conversations with plenty of different agents, and everything from like the Rashawn Holmes thing where it was very clear the agent said like he's making $55 million this year, and it was like, okay, I'm not sure how, but that's what you're telling me. And the next thing you know, it's like really 46 million, 47 million. Like those are things that like these things happen. You don't really, you try to like be on the straight and narrow with everybody all the time. But I think this was an agent really, really throwing shade. I mean, I don't think I've seen something like that, especially to open a season where the vibe has been so good and you basically try to do killjoy on these guys walking into the season.
That's crazy. That's crazy. For me, at least, because it is opening night. We do have positive vibes about the Kings. I want to talk about the Sacramento Kings that are no shade, but engaged in this season and trying to make the season great. So I got one more thing with Marvin though, and maybe you can't answer this. Maybe you can't answer this.
Okay,
but let's try. What was his Team Bagley's deal with Sacramento? Because I look at it on the outside looking in. The first year here, essentially they chose you over the head coach. You know what I mean? They said, this is what we're believing in you. This is what we want to do with you. We'll choose you. You move on. As far as everything that I've seen, they've been respectful of Marvin's injuries. They haven't put out any crazy stories trying to pressure him back. They've allowed him all the time he's needed, given him opportunities. And it's been nothing but nonsense, essentially, I guess, since day one till it culminates with what happened yesterday. What is his problem? What is the team's problem with the Sacramento Kings organization?
Well, I mean, I think he's like a lot of parents. You want your kid to be successful. You want your kid to be the star, to be the guy that like steps into the limelight and instantly becomes, like an all-star. And I think again, we watched Luka in his first season and he just blows up, and we start watching Trae Young in his first season and he just blows up. And I think the Bagleys felt like Marvin never got that opportunity to just like literally just be the star. And the problem is that they probably don't realize that there aren't a lot of power forwards who wander into the NBA and all of a sudden are stars. Like you can do that as a point guard. You can do that as whatever you want to call Luka, a point guard, a shooting guard, a point three, whatever it is that you want to call him. You can have that kind of impact, but coming into the league, it's really hard to have that kind of impact from the power forward position. It's not like the ball's in your hands. So in order for you to succeed, you're going to need a guy like De'Aaron Fox to just feed you in order for you to have the same type of impact and the same type of numbers. And I just don't think that they felt like he ever got his, I don't know if it's fair shake, but like there are tons of players that come in. Look at Isaiah Thomas. I mean, Isaiah Thomas finished like fourth in MVP balloting and then was out of the league like 2 years later and couldn't get a job because Isaiah is a different type. Like you have to give everything over to him. If you want like a guy who's going to direct everything and is going to be the guy on your team, the Allen Iverson of your team, you have to be willing to just hand everything over to him. And there isn't a team that's like ready to reboot and say, hey, look, we're going to go give a guy like that, like 25 shots a game. And so I just, at some point they needed to realize that like the injuries got to stop. Like, and he hasn't had any major injuries, but like they got to stop. And, you know, he's got to come back quicker from some of these injuries. You know, like the broken thumb, for one thing, it was a 4 to 6 week injury and it took 7. You know, when he hurt his hand, we saw LiAngelo Ball or LaMelo break his wrist, come back in 4 weeks. Marvin didn't even rejoin the team for 4 weeks and then took another 2 or 3 weeks to get back on the court. So like, it's not just like, you don't want to pressure a guy. If he's hurt, he's hurt. But well, I mean, if he's injured, he's injured. And so I think at a certain point, it wasn't going to work. And they weren't going to sit here and push him to get back on the court for a team that they didn't feel like had given him what they wanted. And so I think it's just like the miscommunication, switching coaches, switching management, you know, and at the end of the day, like, this is not a guy that Monty McNair drafted. And so he doesn't have the same tie, the same commitment that Vlade Divac would have had. And that's just the truth of it. And you're not going to build your offense around Marvin Bagley when one season he played 13 games and one season he played 43 games. You can't build everything around somebody who can't stay healthy. And that it's unfortunate.
Yeah. So like, now I'm kind of like, what now? Like, is he out of the rotation, like, period? I assume your lineup that you gave us last week, I think it was, with Mo Harkless in there at the starting position. You know, obviously, let's hope nothing like this happens. Something happens to Mo Harkless. Is Marvin Bagley suddenly back in the rotation?
I don't know, to be honest with you, because I think they're going with a 8.5, 9-man rotation, and without Marvin Bagley, I count 10 guys. So that means that, you know, a guy like Alex Len is going to be more of a specialty. You're going to play on certain nights and other nights you might not play. And so that would be like the next line, I believe, especially like with Richaun Holmes' ability to defend smaller players and to go out on the perimeter. You know, he's a guy that I think if you needed to steal some minutes at the 4, then you do it. And then, like, look, you still have Chimezie Metu on this team. And while I don't think that Chimezie is more talented than Marvin Bagley, and I don't think Alex Len is more talented, and I don't think Tristan Thompson is more talented than Marvin Bagley, that doesn't matter. What matters is whether they fit or not. And I think Chimezie and his ability to not just shoot a 3, but like look for a 3 is big. His ability to attack the rim, his ability to go in and fly for rebounds and rebound outside of his zone. Maybe he does get a look before Marvin. And they can't waive him because, again, once you waive a player, then it kind of makes a mess for you, right? You know, if he's gone and he's no longer on your team, then you can't trade that $11.8 million chip, and it's just dead money for the rest of the year. So maybe when we get to the trade deadline, if the Kings haven't been able to move him and there's just no way he's going to play down the stretch, then maybe they would consider like letting him walk away. But until then, like, there's no reason to even try to waive him or anything else. He's just going to be a guy on the end of the bench, and you got to hope that he plays, that he's ready if his number is called, and that's it.
Wow.
This is it's still pretty crazy to me that Jeff Schwartz, Team Bagley, you know, they didn't seem to understand the seriousness when you talk about Marvin Bagley's career. We're talking about his career. My partner, I pushed back a little bit, but to his credit, he's not far off, possibly in Anthony Bennett territory. Like, you could be out of here in a second if you don't get it together. And at the point where I said an hour before that tweet came out, I said the focus right now should be doing everything you can to make sure you just secure that 6.5. That if we talking about business and, you know, and having a career, just secure that. And about an hour later, you detonate the whatever piece of that bridge you had with the Sacramento Kings left. And it's just crazy that this is the way this thing's played out.
Yeah, but I'll say this too. Like, when we get to the end of this season, if the team that's that has that will end up with Marvin at the end of this season, whether that's the Kings or whether that's someone else, like, it's 7.2. Like I redid the math. It's $7.2 million would be a qualifying offer. Like I think that's probably like for one season, Marvin would probably need to play for that 7.2. But I think Marvin has an ability here to reinvent himself. And he's still like right now, he's 22 years old. If he walks into next season with a 2-year, $7 million contract or something, with the second year being a player option, I think he has a chance to be really good somewhere else. And I think that he needs a fresh start and he needs to be somewhere different that maybe plays more to his style. But I think there's an opportunity for him to still be a really good NBA player where, like, I think instantly we saw Anthony Bennett could never walk onto a court and without playing in months, average 14.5 and 7. It's just like really it's startling. If you look at Marvin's numbers, all 3 years he's been with the Kings, they're identical. He's never had an opportunity to progress. And it's because of the injuries. That's, you know, and the numbers, the offensive numbers and rebounding numbers have never progressed, but also the defensive acumen has never progressed. And that's where the real problem is, that it's just that he has not played enough, and it's unfortunate. But eventually maybe someone will give him a shot. Just like, you know, remember Joel Embiid didn't play basically the first 2.5 years of his career. And then all of a sudden he's the best center in the game. So there's still an opportunity for Marvin to be a really good basketball player, but I don't think you want to be like that's where the agent thing came in. Like, man, did you really want to put that pressure on him now too? That now that's on his King's gravestone, that this is how his agent like just flamed the franchise. Because like, look, I told people this a million times. Like when I interviewed people to hire them, which I did, I hired and fired like hundreds of people when I worked as a manager. The second you start talking bad about your former manager is the second that the interview's over, because you're going to do that about me the next time, the second that you leave here after 3 months, you're going to go and talk trash about me. And I think that there's a danger in here of them doing like irreparable harm, or like, you know, how many times do we have to hear about the dad? How many times do we have to hear the agent say something? And even if Marvin's not saying it himself, I think there's a certain point where you just get, that is who you are. You're the guy that brings this with you. And to me, that would be really unfortunate, because I think he's a very good young guy.
1320 Kings Insider. You heard that right. James Ham with us here on D-Lo and KC. Okay. We've covered Marvin pretty well here. How are you feeling headed into tonight's game? Are you as optimistic as, I mean, Kenny and I think are pretty optimistic. I think there are a lot of Kings fans that are optimistic. There are some that aren't, but like, what's your temperature with the Sacramento Kings headed into the game against Portland tonight?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, the Kings' schedule to open the season is pretty tough, right? So I think we have to look at a never too high, never too low type situation with this group. Rico Hines has been pushing this stacking days thing, right? So, and we heard Buddy talk about it yesterday. We want to go 1-0 every game. And to me, that's a different mindset. Like, I know Jaeger had like a 5-game mindset. Every 5 games, we're going to reassess who and what we are. So we need to go 3-2 and win every 5 game set. And so every coach has like a different mindset, but what they've been doing is what they call stacking days. Every day is a new day, and we need to stack it. We need to have a day that's just as good as the last one, because if we have a day that's not good, then we weaken the chain and that this thing can topple. So we're going to build this thing with a foundation strong, and we're going to keep stacking them and keep having better and better days. And so I think that this team is going to be a lot better than people think. I think defensively, they've put the mark that, Luke said he'd like to see his team in top 15 in defense. He's like, if we're better than that, that's fine. He's like, but you have to remember that we're coming from number 30. So like, there's a lot of work to do, and it wasn't even close. Like where they were at, it was bad. And so I think that this team they're intriguing. They're a lot more intriguing than a lot of teams in the league. And even a team like Portland, like we know who Portland is. And, like if you think that transitioning straight from Terry Stotts to Chauncey Billups is going to be seamless, I don't know what to tell you. Terry Stotts is an exceptional coach, and he, especially X's and O's, he's known as an exceptional coach. Well, he's not there anymore. So when things get tough, what's going to happen in Portland? So I think the Kings have an opportunity, and we didn't really get to see Damian Lillard. I'm excited to see, what Davion can do in longer stretches against Lillard and against CJ McCollum. So I don't think we know what that team is going to really look like. But I don't think we know the Kings are going to look like either, because they're fun and they're exciting, and they've got really interesting role players to me that I think stand out. And so I wouldn't be totally shocked if they blow away the over in the betting circles. And, if they don't really push for not just a 10, but maybe a little bit higher than that.
BetQL, you heard it here first.
Hey, you mentioned sorry, Casey, you mentioned the thing Luke Walton said about finishing 15th in terms of defense. Is that realistic to you?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you got to get everybody to buy in. I mean, I think I remember years ago, Elston Turner was on the radio, and somebody said, your defense just isn't really that good. And he was the defensive coordinator for the Kings at that time under Rick Adelman. And he said, okay, that's fine, but how many defensive players do I have on my squad? I got Doug. Outside of that, like, is Mike Bibby a defensive player? Is Vlade Divac a defensive player? Even Chris Webber, Peja Stojakovic, like, those aren't defensive-minded players. So to me, the key isn't so much can you be like an exceptional defensive team, or can you hold a team under a certain amount? It's the difference between how much you score and how much you give up. That gap there, that I think is the most important thing, because I think this team is fun. They can run, they can get out and do a lot of things. And so basically, like, I want to kind of see how it rolls out in reality. And my dude Sean Cunningham repeatedly has asked players, do you know what this team is? You have a good idea of what your identity is coming into the season? And to most of the players, they're like, we think we have a good idea who we are. We think we have a good idea who we're going to look like when we go up against other teams. And, we can go back to last season, and the Kings they're getting bombed by 30 in preseason, and you knew something was wrong with the defense, but you're like, oh, maybe it won't translate. That's not what's happened this time. So I'm thinking they've shored up a lot of things that had to be shored up, or, it'd be another disaster.
Yeah. The video clip heard around the world that popped out this past weekend, I think it was Saturday, with Tristan Thompson yelling after the great defensive stop by his group and De'Aaron Fox and everything. I know you guys aren't there the entire time, but we got a glimpse into that with that clip. Was that a certain moment for what this Kings training camp has been, or is that just an everyday thing for the way they've been getting after it, trying to prepare for this season?
Well, I'll tell you this: the practice facility is really set up interesting. Like, there's 2 courts, but there's like a 40 or 50 foot long, maybe even longer than that, hallway that we walk down when we come to the practice facility. There's doors all along the way that are all like fingerprint lock doors. And then we're actually, like, the practice facility entrance is right next to the 2 Golden One ATMs that are between, like, the ticket area and, like, the T-Mobile store. Like, there's a door there that's hidden that we go in, and it's like we sit in this gigantic room with a 30-foot tall ceiling, but it's a good sized room, and we're really far away from the practice court. I've been outside at Arco, or Sleep Train, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I've been outside the locker room where you heard players yelling and screaming, and not a good way, right? And you're like, oh boy, what are we walking into? Up until this season, I had never, ever heard anything from the practice facility floor all the way out to where we were. We're just too far away. Well, like, where we sit is probably close to like 100 feet or more. Like, it's a long way through a bunch of doors and through walls and everything else. We hear them. we hear them celebrating, we hear them yelling and screaming, we hear not fighting, we hear like the competition level is nuts. And that's what I think has been lacking. You can't have that type of competition level when we talked about it, when you're walking into the season with 6 or 7 rotational guys like that you're going to play. That's just not the way. That's not iron sharpening iron. You know, you got some dudes out there that really didn't know how to play basketball coming into the season, and it's not their fault. They weren't ready yet. And that's not the case at all. And then what we're seeing, what we get to see at the end, we get to see a lot of shooting. We get to see shooting competitions, which has been fun. Bagley and Mitchell going up against Halliburton and Fox, and they're just trash talking. Well, Halliburton is trash talking the whole time, and the other guys are all laughing and having a good time. But then on the other court, the far court, we always get to see the young guys going at it in 5-on-5. They don't have 10 guys, so it's 4-on-4, or they add a few like of the other guys, the training guys. But we see that competition level, and even that can be really good with Damian Jones and Chemezi and Luke King and Jamias and the other guys they brought in for camp, but also Nemias, Keita. So like that group of players, we get to see them play, and it's really interesting to watch. But the main guys, I haven't heard anything like it, like from this group, like in the past. It's everything does feel different, but that doesn't matter. Like game one, you know, you start 0-0, whatever happens tonight, you're either 500, above 500, or you're below 500. Right. And then you move on from there.
Yeah.
Feels like a Davion impact and a Tristan Thompson impact. Like we're talking about I was not prepared to be talking about Tristan Thompson's motivational leadership here. A few months ago we were like, hey, is this trade ever going to go through? Is Tristan Thompson a king or not? I wasn't prepared for the moment that we're having right now with this dude on this team.
I wasn't either, but I'll tell you, he has been impactful. And not only that, but you missed one. Mo Harkless during the offseason, like all of the guys came down to LA and were at Mo Harkless's gym, the place that he works out, working out with him. And that's when I found that out, that's when I knew that Mo would be back. And then I had like some off the record conversation. They're like, oh yeah, we think Mo will be back. And they came at him hard and they locked him up. Mo Harkless is a winner. Like that guy has like, again, I was at the Western Conference Finals up in Portland, helping out and watching Mo Harkless start for a really good Trailblazers team. And so like, look, I think the veterans they've brought in, they can be impactful. And you know, when you have competition with Buddy Hield isn't going up against, like a guy who's not going to play any minutes at all. Like even if we say like a Justin James, which is who he would maybe go up against last preseason, or a Daquan Jeffries. Well, now he's going up against Terrence Davis, or he's going up against Davion, or he's going up against De'Aaron, or he's going up against Ty. Like that's tough, you know. Marvin wants to go play bully ball. Well, how are you going to play bully ball against Tristan Thompson, who just outweighs you by a good 20 pounds of muscle? Like that's tough. So you got to do it different. Like I think just the competition level alone is tremendous, and I think that should help at the end of the day.
Well, you brought up Buddy Hield. Let's talk about him next. There's a lot more to talk about as we head into the first Kings game of the regular season. 1320 Kings insider James Ham with us, and we're back with more on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. It does, man. It does. So normally there's not this extra break, James, but Danny, no, that's okay. Got in my head, so we've got this break here at 3:28.
Yeah, the people are really excited about this, James. They're bugging.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. Actually, my phone is blowing up. I got more response right now than when I announced that I no longer had a job.
People are into positive news, man. It's positive news.
Yeah.
People, I mean, we got a reply here from Sam Amick at The Athletic, a variety of people over at the King's Herald. It's great stuff, man. Great stuff.
I got a random question for you, James.
I'm listening.
NBA 75 greatest players.
Yeah.
Should all of the players be up for debate? Like not all of them, but like we always say like Dolph Shays. Like just because he was on the 50, should he be on the 75?
I mean, the way I've always looked at players is I look at them within their eras. So, like, yeah, Dolph Shays was so much better than everyone else. Like, and just like Bill Russell was so much better. And then, again, you have to go through every era. Like, I think what Jordan was able to do in an era was really cool, but he was also in a big man era. Like, there's a lot more centers from that era that have made the Hall or that are in the top 50 than there are shooting guards. So I mean, every era is so different, the Wilt era to me, him and Bill Russell, like I love every single era of basketball. So like Oscar Robertson did something that it took like 50 years for someone else to do.
Right.
And even when the next guy did it, it didn't feel real, like I'm watching, Jokic and Sabonis put up these crazy assist numbers as big men. Like that feels real, where I just don't know that, padding stats, we watch.
Oh, so
Rondo.
This is your last day on ESPN 1320. That's what we're doing that, James. Really, James, an hour in, that's what we're doing.
Well, I don't know which guy is your guy.
Russell Westbrook is my guy.
Well, I'll tell you, like,
what a heel turn. Unbelievable. We bring in the third man, and all of a sudden,
Whose side is he on?
I like a lot of it is stat padding. I mean, we like the short window that Rondo was in Sacramento. What did he rattled off 5 straight triple doubles, and it was like, holy cow. And then you look and like, what were the Kings, like 1-4?
Yeah, Russ won 45 games or 46 games that year. His record with triple doubles versus non-triple doubles is insane. It's like a 75% win percentage. It's freaking insane.
Got him going. You got him going, James.
I think that he, like Oscar Robertson, did what he did out of necessity in order for his team to have a chance to win. It was a function of how he played. I do not feel the same. Like how many of those triple doubles came at the expense of a guy like Steven Adams or Clint Capella, or name that center who just stood there like, well, I guess
they were getting the assist, or they were converting on the assist. Like I'm with Damian on this one because that OKC team wasn't no good. Anthony Robertson wasn't taking you to the promised land. So yes, Russ, take more shots.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, he always
what a heel.
His shot selection is horrible. And someone said, "Oh, well, LeBron will work on that." It's like, oh, no one else was able to fix that shot selection. So, I mean, he's entertaining, like he is, and I mean, he's like absolutely like physical form. Like he got mad at me at the Western Conference Finals when the Warriors beat OKC. They were up 3-1, and the Warriors came back and beat them. Yeah. He got really mad at me after Game 6, I believe. So,
well, he should have been mad after Game 6.
Hang on, guys. Oh, jeez. Hang on 1 second. The Clay game? At the Clay game? Hang on. I regret to inform everyone that James Ham Time, as the 1320 insider, has just come to an abrupt conclusion. The biggest heel turn since Hulk Hogan at Daytona Beach on the Macho Man Randy Savage. Ham, for reasons known to nobody, just went in on Russell Westbrook. Not Russell Westbrook last night. Russell Westbrook like 6 years ago. So, James.
Chill, James. Chill.
Yeah.
The heel turn of the century.
I was telling you, like, I had a moment with Russ. I asked, I think it was Game 6. Whatever game was of those last couple of games was in Golden State. I asked the last question at the Western Conference Finals in the media session, and I said, "Look, like Durant and Westbrook were up on stage. I said, look, both of you guys, you've combined for 59 shot attempts, 3 or 4 games in a row at that point, which is a ton. And Durant well, Westbrook looked at Durant, and then Westbrook just stared at me, and Durant gave an answer, and then the press conference was over, and Westbrook got up and stared me down from the podium all the way out the door, stared me down the whole way. And I was like, it's a legitimate question. How about you get someone else involved? You guys are shooting like 72 shots a game. So those poor guys that you guys are relying on, they get like 13 combined shots, the rest of them. Damn. So, anyway, like I don't have any problems with Wes. I think he's a talent. I just, I don't know. He's not my favorite to watch, just like James Harden isn't my favorite to watch. Like how many times do I got to watch you dribble the air out of the ball?
Well,
I shoot it straight. That's all.
Look, something bad about my boy Giannis. Then we're gonna have some real problems.
Oh no, can't say anything bad about him. Yeah.
Should I mention my boy Kyrie?
Probably not.
Let's go back to the Kings. Let's go back to, you mentioned Buddy Hield. We haven't talked about him yet today. Is Buddy's role with the Kings going to vary on a night-to-night basis? You mentioned him going against Terrence Davis in practice. And I think you even talked to him about this yesterday. His role's different, and we know that, and that's obviously because he's not starting. But could his role change on a game-to-game basis now?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I mean, if he's hot, then he's going to play a lot. If Terrence Davis is hot, he's going to play. I think all five of the guards are going to play plenty of minutes. That's kind of the vibe I get. I think Terrence is probably on the bottom of the pile at this point. Like I would predict he'd play like 18 to 22 minutes a night. Some nights, when he gets hot, you just have to play him. And he actually plays defense. He's physical. He does that stuff. The key to Buddy is that he spaces the floor. And that's always been the key to Buddy, is that he's one of the great floor spacers in the game. He's improved as a passer. I think he's better defending the three. And he seems just like he understands it now. Like this is where I'm at. Like they did their best to move me and it didn't work out. And so at this point, I'm here, and he's got a bunch of incentives in his contract and he needs to be good, and he knows that. And so while his role is going to change, I don't think his shots are going to change that much. I don't think his points per game are going to change that much. I do think that he's going to have certain games where, maybe he plays 12 minutes and other nights where he's playing 30 something and you just can't pull him off the court. It's always going to come down to me. It's going to be fourth quarter minutes. And in the last 5 minutes of a game, it's going to be hard to get Buddy Hield on the floor, because guys like Davion, guys like De'Aaron, guys like Ty, they do more things and things that matter in winning moments. And so that's where I think you're going to see a pretty big shift in his minutes. But at the same time, I was told, like, when I knew that Marvin wasn't going to be part of the rotation, I was told that, well, that's not the same case for Buddy. Like Buddy is here. Buddy is in the rotation. He's part of what we're doing. And he has an elite skill. Anyone with one elite skill in the NBA, if that skill is shot blocking, or if it's rebounding, or if it's the ability to pass, or it's the ability to shoot the three, you usually end up finding your way into the rotation. As long as it's elite. I mean, it's got to be like, you got to be really, really good at it. And Buddy's really good at it. He's really good at shooting the three.
He's really good at shooting the three. Is he really good at making the three? That's debatable.
Yeah, that's true. Well, no, I mean, not really. Because let's be honest, like he entered last season as, for the first 4 years of his career, he made more 3-pointers than any other player in the history of the NBA through his first 4 seasons. Then last year, he was second in the league in 3-point makes. So while he shot a little bit under 40, like, that's really not that bad. Like, it's negligible what the difference is between 39.6 and like 41, 42. Like, he had a rough start to the season and then got much better as the season went on. At this point, he knows he can't have a rough start, because if you have a rough start to the season, there's like a bunch of hungry mouths to feed, and you're just, you're going to have to wait and watch.
Is Luke really okay with that high volume of shooting? The high volume of shooting threes that he like it's damn near a 1-to-1 ratio at this point.
Yeah, I'll say this. If Buddy did nothing but pull up for 18-foot jumpers, then he wouldn't play. Like, yes, Luke is okay with a high volume. If you got it, you got a green light. Now, don't take a bunch of bad ones. And, on occasion, give it up, move to a new spot, get it back, and shoot a better three. That's something that Luke preaches. But Luke is okay. He wants, what did he say last year? He wanted 35 threes a game. And in preseason, we saw the Kings shooting, like, most nights was over 40. Yeah, this is going to be a guard-driven offense, and it's going to be fun and exciting and up-tempo. It's just whether that guard-heavy offense can play defense. And so that's going to be the biggest key. But yeah, I think Luke is fine. Like, very few players in the league have a green light like Buddy does. You just go ahead. Like, it's all good. They know he's elite.
Well, there you go, throwing that around again. Jay, let's calm down. Let's calm down now. Now, I do want to ask you another thing about Buddy and the bench, and specifically Buddy and Terrence Davis. And I don't know what it is, Jay. I really don't know what it is. Maybe you can help me out here. I kind of like the pairing of both of them together on the court coming off the bench. Like, there's some kind of curveball aspect to you. You're not really sure what they're going to do if you're the other team. You can't deter them from, you can't deter Terrence Davis from attacking the basket or shooting a three. Same with Buddy Hield. And Terrence plays defense. And if you got Davion and Terrence out there, that really frees Buddy up to kind of hide on the defensive end and really zero in on shooting the rock. I don't know, man. I don't know how much time they're going to see together, but it's a weird pair. It's like an odd couple type thing, but I kind of like that Terrence Davis, Buddy Hield vibe off the bench. Is that something that is few and far between, or do you think we'll see that more than we realize?
No, I think we're going to see it a lot. I think this team, offensively, is going to be super, super high potent. This team is going to be able to score in bunches. And I like Terrence and Buddy. I think Terrence is probably a little bit better playmaker than Buddy is. Buddy is more refined now than he was clearly coming into the league. And Buddy's impressed me with his ability to find the roll man. But Terrence is one of those guys that attacks the rim with he just full on attacks, and he finds guys on the outside, and he's unselfish. And there was moments last year where he actually had the ball in his hands quite a bit when the Kings were shorthanded. So I think that they're going to be fun to watch together. And all three, if you throw in Davion in that 3-guard set you're going to see off the bench, all three of them can shoot the shot. They can all shoot the 3-ball. If they're creating open looks for each other, they're going to be really good. I think that trio can be tremendously high scoring. And again, that brings us back to the Marvin Bagley situation. In that situation where you got 3 guys who can bomb, 3 guys that can score, Davion maybe a little bit behind as far as his scoring ability. But if you got those 3, would you rather have Tristan Thompson and Mo Harkless? Would you rather have Alex Len and Rashawn or Harrison Barnes in the game defending and doing the other work? Or would you rather have a guy who primarily Marvin is a very good rebounder per minute, and he's a really solid scorer. But again, you don't need the scoring. This team will not have a problem scoring at all. So that's where I think you look at those 3 guards, you look at Fox and Halliburton thrown in that mix. That's why, as much as anything, the Marvin Bagley situation is where it is.
Is there any chance, James, scoring becomes a little bit more difficult because of the increased focus on the defensive end?
No, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying. And, you are going to have Mo Harkless is going to have to shoot, between 36 and 39% from 3. If Mo Harkless does that, then he stays on the court a ton. Harrison Barnes, again, is a guy who shoots right around 40% from 3, just a little smidge under, but who's been incredible during the preseason. I don't think you're going to have that big of an issue. I think that that you're going to have guys like Davion take on the toughest cover defensively, and it's going to allow for guys like De'Aaron Fox to catch his breath and not have to run with the ball up and down the court every time. You have, again, Halliburton will take over for segments where he's directing the offense, and you're going to give Fox the ability to take a breath on the defensive end or on the offensive end, camp around the outside and wait for his opportunity, but then like store up energy to go back and play defense on the other side. So I think that the way that this team is built with the depth that they have, and again, like 5-man rotation in the backcourt, 3 gigantic bigs, Mo and Harrison, you're going to have plenty of opportunity for these guys to play both sides of the ball and to catch their breath. And if you don't play defense, someone else will. And so you're not going to play. And so I think that's, it's a driving force behind everything. It's going to be the driving force behind Buddy Hield. Like, we're fine with you shooting all threes, but if you don't play defense, then Terrence will, or Davion will, or Ty will, or De'Aaron will, and you're just not going to play. And so I think it's a motivating factor.
Random. We kind of talked about it the last time you were here, but we had a couple concerns about Richaun Holmes. And I felt somewhere in that second quarter of the Lakers game, something snapped. And for the rest of the game, it was the Richaun Holmes we know and love. I mean, I'm going to just follow up from what we talked about last week. That's hopefully out the window now, right? We should be seeing that Richaun Holmes as we start the season in Portland tonight, right?
Yeah. It's weird. Luke doesn't usually say things about players, and he thinks Rashawn's in better shape now than he was coming into camp. And to me, that was different. Rashawn talked about it too. We had him in for media, and I asked him that exact question. Like, it seemed like something clicked there in the second quarter, and because he was not good in the first quarter. And then, I think sometimes it's that he didn't exactly, he didn't get what he wanted in free agency. That's number one. He's competing for minutes with Tristan Thompson and Alex Len. So that's a problem. And then when you actually see it in functionality, and you go out for the first 5 or 6 minutes, and then Tristan comes in and plays 6 or 7 minutes, and then they go to Alex Len and he plays 5 minutes, and then you come back in for the last 4 or 5 minutes of a quarter, I think you start to look around and go, oh, like, I better figure it out quick, or I'm gonna lose minutes. And Rashawn wants to play. And he does his job really well. He knows what his job is, what his role is on the team. And lastly, I'll also say this: I think the guards are still trying to figure out who and what and how that whole flow is going. Right? You got 5 different guards, and all of them are like such specific skill sets. All of them have such different varying skill sets. None of them are like each other. But I think they've got caught up in a lot of that, and a lot of Harrison Barnes, and Harrison's been added to the mix, and they're starting to get a flow. I think that they've forgotten about the big man in most of the games in preseason, where he's just not getting those wide open lobs, those wide open, like the little trailer Fox cuts into the basket and then just drops it back, and Rashawn's at the free throw line for that little push shot. I don't think he had the offensive opportunities either. Mm-hmm. And so I think he's better. I think he's ready to roll. He was taken aback a little bit by, I think, the question of it, and just that we were like, hey, you look more like yourself. And it was like, yeah, like, I don't know that he fully felt that he was not in the flow of it, but it's hard to not feel that way. Like, he really did not have a great preseason until that Lakers game. And then it was like, not only was he good, it was like, okay, you're really, really, really good. And that's what the Kings need from him.
Yeah.
Well, as we head into the game tonight, there's been so much talk about defense. There's been so much talk about Davion Mitchell. Everything that you've seen in practice, everything that you've heard from coaches, from players, is this going to translate? It's a whole lot of talking. It's been a whole lot of build. It's been a whole lot of culture changing. You've been around this team for over a decade. Mm-hmm. Is it real this time?
I hope so. Because, like I'll say this, like, for a long time, my most wins in a season was, I think it was 29, and then it went up to 33, and then we had the 1 year with Jaeger where I think they won 39. Writing 50 plus losing recaps a season is really, really taxing. I mean, it like you hope, like I'm not a Kings fan, like, you know, maybe I was when I was a kid, but you still, like, you want them to succeed. You have a personal relationship with them. You see, you get better content when they win. On occasion, someone does something stupid when they lose, which sells better. But I'd rather have like good content and, you know, a good vibe and a good feel. Like the wins, you know, there's so few and far between. And like, we haven't seen the big good season for so long that you kind of want to see this team. Like, you want to see De'Aaron be the guy who snaps the streak, be the guy who was drafted by the team, who overcame some adversity with, you know, other players not reaching their potential around him, and that who continue to improve. And next thing you know, he's the guy that got you back in. And, you know, a guy like Harrison Barnes who stuck it out, a guy like Buddy Hield who came back and stuck it out. You're pulling for them to have success because, you know, you should never, I don't think you should ever pull for someone to fail, especially not when you're covering every day. I have a different relationship with these guys. I'm around them all the time. They know me. I know them like at a different level than the average person. And so you do at least like feel like, man, it would be nice to see success, and it would feel good for me. I probably would still be employed somewhere else if they would have ever figured it out before. But you know, like you're actually looking at it in that way, like, hey, look, it would be fun. You know, what if they're good? That's always a question. Like, you walk into a season, what if they're good? And most of the time they're not. But I think coming into this season, there's a better feeling of that than I think in almost any other season. Maybe one other season where you thought, okay, they got a shot. This one you're like, okay, I see it. I can see the path. Now you got to go do it.
Yeah, it's crazy that we have thoughts, you know, randomly. What if they're good this year? That's kind of crazy.
What if it happens? Well, yeah.
But I think they're going to be good this year. I think they're going to be. I think I officially, me and myself and Damian, had them at 40 wins on the season. That's good enough to get in the play-in. And, you know, just kind of talking to James a little bit and doing more assessment of this team. I think
48.
I think they can be better. I think with their depth and the true NBA talent they have on the roster, this may sound strange. I think they can steal a lot of regular season games just because they're they go 10 legit deep and maybe even 11 depending on what the situation is. So I think that's going to benefit them a lot in the regular season, where there's games where they probably shouldn't win, but Terrence Davis and Buddy Hield combined for 35 points, 40 points, and they're able to pull one out. So I think they'll have some games like that this year.
Isn't it funny? We don't even hear the word pace. Like, we haven't heard the word pace, which is basically like tattooed on Walton's forehead for the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And this year, I don't think anyone has any concern about pace. I think they're going to play with pace. I think they're going to be fun. It's going to be a brand of basketball that people want to watch. And to me, that's the biggest thing. Like,
but is that because our attention is shifted to defense?
No, I think like the worst thing that you can do as a team is be bad and uninteresting. Like, I think this franchise for a long time, it was like reality TV with DeMarcus Cousins. So like, while they were bad, like, they're the most interesting bad team in the league because you're always like, what's going to happen next? When things go bad is like last year, where it's like, man, like, we acted like there was a chance. There really wasn't a chance, especially once you had some injuries. But like, you need this team to be fun. And if they don't make it, at least it was a good time. And we had a good time. The Dave Yeager year, the 39 wins, they fell apart at the end of the season when the basketball got real. Well, the basketball can I think this team has a better opportunity to play real basketball late in the season, but I also think they have a really good chance to be fun like that team. And that's what you're looking for. The balance of, every year we start over. You got to learn how to compete. Then you got to learn how to get into games and be in it in the fourth quarter. And then you need to figure out how to win. And the Kings notoriously really stumble every step of the way. They take 10 games to figure out how to compete. Then they get to the point where they're trying to figure out how to win or get into that fourth quarter. And then all of a sudden, you get into, okay, now can they win a 3-point game with 40 seconds left? And I think that if we can skip some of those stages or compress those stages into a much smaller sample size, then they got a shot.
Welcome to the family, James.
Yeah, more air horns for him. Come on. Let's go.
1320 Kings Insider, James Ham. Make sure that you are following him on social media. Make sure that you are following us on social media. Make sure if you're on YouTube, you hit the thumbs up. Make sure that if you're on YouTube, you hit the subscribe button. If you're on Twitch, do the same thing. James will be back every Wednesday as he always is. Of course, we'll adjust based on games and news and different things like that. And James got a login now. He could jump in and join the show whenever he wants to. You could tune in at 12 and James Ham could be there. Who knows? But we're so thrilled that you're here with us, James. We're so thrilled that you tuned in to hang out with us today. And we're so thrilled that the Kings season is back. I don't know what's going to happen in Portland, but we're optimistic about it. We'll cover it all tomorrow here at noon on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's Stilo KC, James Ham on ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
That moment you sign off and you realized you missed something.
Oh, no.
What you missed?
I'll deal with it later.
Literally
all my attention was on James and the making tweet, Instagram, quote tweet. Huh? Yep. But
what did I miss? What'd you forget? You can tell me later.
I didn't. No, I could say we have a segment called Keys to the Game.
And
we didn't do it.
Yeah, I could rattle off keys to the game. Yeah.
Well, we could do it. I mean, there's 351 people watching, and this is going on the stream. So let's do that. That was just a E on me, and this is quick. And Jesse, let's just push this out on social media the second we can. Let me make sure I got our reads accurate. When was the last time the Kings played?
Thursday.
Where's? Oh, here it is. My bad. All right. Let's head over here. And boom, we'll hit that. And we'll hit this button right here. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So we're going to keep this short. Where's my music? All right, here we go. All right, the Sacramento Kings kick off their regular season tonight against the Portland Trailblazers. We got your keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner dreams with the people's lender, SacCityMortgage.com. And I ain't got no keys for tonight's game. My keys lie within James Ham. James Ham, you've covered this team for a decade plus. What are the keys tonight for the Sacramento Kings to beat the Portland Trailblazers?
Yeah, I think that for me, the keys are that De'Aaron Fox needs to be the closer that we saw in the final preseason game. He needs to be that guy, the guy that comes in and can really ramp it up late and has plenty of gas left in the tank because you have such a deep team. I think we need to see Davion hold his own against Damian Lillard and not just get roped into 4 or 5 really bad fouls like what we saw when Jason Williams faced John Stockton in the playoffs. I think we need to see team rebounding, which is something they've really worked on. But the only way for the 3-guard set to work is if everyone rebounds. Everyone has 4 to 6 rebounds from the backcourt. And I think you got a shot to win. And then lastly, I think you got to play together and rise to the occasion. This is a fresh start, and that would be a huge key. Is that you get this first one, and then you start stacking games. And I think that they've got that opportunity. It doesn't matter who you're playing. That shouldn't matter. What matters is who you are and how hard you play and how well you play together.
You heard the man. That's James Ham right there. Keys to the Game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner's dreams with the People's Lender, SacCityMortgage.com. Bang. Keys to the game, music. Baby.
Yeah, I like the music there.
Keys to the game.
Yeah, James, did you ever see so when Davion got drafted, I just went on YouTube, watched a bunch of stuff from him working out. And ironically enough, before I even knew it was like his favorite player, I saw Dame Lillard in the way that he plays on offense, like his moves, his mannerisms. And after I saw that, I was like, oh, it makes sense that was like his favorite player. And he went out and tried to do everything Dame did. And it's ironic that he'll be starting his career going up against, his guy, his legend.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like we talked to him yesterday at training camp and the end of camp, and I think it was yesterday. And first of all, I noticed afterwards, he's getting a lot more comfortable being around media, or at least the group of media that we have there. Mm-hmm. He's getting more comfortable and he's letting his guard down a little bit, which I think is really good. His answers are longer. But he talked about, he got to talk to Dame, and he said, as one of the keys for him to talk to him was that he's an older guard coming in the league like Dame was. Dame went to, I think, 4 years at was it Lehigh?
Yeah,
is that where it was?
Weber State.
Oh, Weber State. Lehigh is CJ. Yeah. And so basically he said that was a big thing for him to talk to. And then he told Dame that he studied all of his moves, and then Dame kind of like blasted him and said, yeah, there's a big difference between studying my moves and then doing it in real time. But then the other interesting thing about that was that he talked about Chris Paul, and that he's developed a relationship with Chris Paul as well. And it's sort of that, the cool thing is he's starting his career and he's not going up against, again, LeBron James, who's starting at point guard sometimes at 6'9", or a Luka Doncic, who's, a good like 6'7", 6'8", but like 200 and whatever pounds. I don't even want to guess. So he's going up against a guy that's built like him, who is like, and then it's like, what do you got? Like it's mano a mano stuff. Clearly he doesn't have Dame's offensive game. But Dame has never played defense like he does. So I think that's where it's going to be like, will you see him pick him up full court? Will you get him, you can't let Dame shoot the 40-footer. That's the thing. But then you also team defense, you got to step up and everyone's got to play their part. So I'm excited to see that because I think he was really engaged in the conversation when it came to Dame and Chris Paul. It sounded like he talked to Chris Paul quite a bit, which is good.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah. Chris Paul is one of the great leaders to ever be in the game. So while a lot of fans don't like him, he's not super likable all the time. Everyone who's ever played with him, everyone who's ever coached him, say there's not a better leader in the league.
I love Chris Paul.
Yeah,
He's
me too.
funny to me with all
Chris
that.
Paul guy.
That makes me laugh.
Yeah.
Chris Paul guy. Appreciate everybody in YouTube and Twitch, and we hate to sign off. Like I know we'd like to hang out a little bit, but I got to sign on to the CBS feed.
Check them out now, man. Check them out. Go check them out.
Gotta head over to CBS 13 here for a quick minute, and I know Kenny's got a meeting. So monster day for us. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Remember, go to DLoandKC.com. Promo code Kings21. That's 30% off, not just on our new Kings Legacy collection, but on everything. And we're going to keep that promo code active through. Shout out to the dope ones for all of it. Donnie, piece number 2 of the Legacy collection is going up tomorrow. Use the promo code Kings21. Make sure DLoandKC.com are a regular stop for you in your web browsing habits, and we'll see you guys here tomorrow at noon.
Holla, go Kings.